and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump threatens to destroy Iran's oil wells and power plants if it doesn't agree to end the war. Israel launches strikes targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah in Beirut and weapon production sites in Tehran. Global oil prices reach a high of $116 a barrel as Australia halves its fuel tax. President Trump has threatened to destroy Iran's oil export hub, Karg Island, and its oil wells and power plants if it doesn't agree to a deal to end the war. Posting on Truth Social, he said great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately opened for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposefully not yet touched. For more on this, I'm joined by Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, great to have you on the show with me. So President Donald Trump has repeated his threat to bomb Iranian power plants and Karg Island, but says great progress made negotiating with new regime. Is there a high risk of further military escalation despite the back-channel diplomacy going on?
It's great to be with you. I believe that this is part of President Trump's brand of coercive diplomacy, brandishing a wide array of threats, while at the same time keeping the diplomatic channels and pipeline open to Iran to give it an opportunity for an off-ramp. And so this is what the president does, alternating between conciliation and confrontation to keep both options open. I can say that I'm completely optimistic that the diplomatic process will yield the kind of results the Trump administration is seeking, because the current constellation of power in Iran is just a continuation of the supreme leader's legacy. And they are actors that are committed to preserving that same system that has had repression at home and terrorism abroad for so many years.
And it's really interesting that you say that to me, because Donald Trump did say on Truth Social, negotiating with new regime. And lots of people are thinking, what's that about?
I don't think it's a new regime. I think that these are old faces that have been recycled into decision-making positions because of the thinning out of the Islamic Republic's political elite. For example, Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf has been on the scene of the Islamic Republic's political establishment for decades. He is a repressive actor that has a blood-stained record. He's wildly corrupt. And so I don't think that he represents any kind of real change in the Islamic Republic and its decision-making. And it's important to note that he is not the only actor here who is a player in decision-making in Iran. I would argue that the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Ahmad Vahidi, who is a very extreme voice, is perhaps even more influential than Ghalibaf behind the scenes, given the IRGC's domination of the decision-making apparatus. Vahidi has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest. He's a former IRGC Quds Force commander, and so he is a very radical actor. And so I would be I would urge some caution in describing or thinking that the new Iranian leadership is going to usher in any kind of real radically new posture.
And Jason, the Houthis have entered the conflict, firing ballistic missiles at Israel. How does their entry into the war change the strategic and economic stakes of this conflict, regionally and globally?
Well, I think that the Houthis have really come into this conflict in by baby steps, really. They are not really all in at this juncture. And I think that it was meant as a hint from Tehran that they could fully activate the Houthis to create problems in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb, to slow and cause maritime and economic difficulties in that arena, in addition to the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran is trying to expand the geography of the conflict to create asymmetric pressure against the United States politically and economically. And that's been its playbook all along here.
If the US were to pursue a ground operation to seize uranium from sites like Fordo and Isfahan, would the strategic benefits outweigh the risk? And is such an operation realistically achievable?
I think it's a high risk, high reward proposition for the United States because it would, it's true, eliminate a very significant part of the Islamic Republic's leverage that it's trying to use against the international community. But at the same time, there are substantial risks. It is an immensely complicated undertaking for the United States to consider deploying these kinds of special operations on Iranian soil. And it would be a very complicated endeavor, make no mistake, but our armed forces have trained for this and have specialty in this. So that's going to be a decision President Trump is going to have to make, but I think he is leaving open the door for that down the line, depending on how the Iranians react to his overtures for diplomacy.
How significant is the risk of Iran withdrawing from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty? And what would that mean for regional and global security? Because Iran is suggesting this is a possibility at this stage.
Well, I think Iran has threatened to withdraw from the NPT on a wide array of other occasions. So I think it uses the threat of withdrawal as a way to pressure the international community. So that should come as no surprise. But despite the attack after Operation Midnight Hammer last year, which many predicted would usher in an Iranian withdrawal from the NPT, it didn't happen after that. But we're in a very different context right now, in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury, which is a much more significant operation by many orders of magnitude. And so that will be a very important calculation that the Islamic Republic is going to have to make here. But it's going to have to weigh the withdrawal of the benefits of withdrawal from the NPT against the risks to the regime, which are substantial.
And Iran's acting defense minister has made a really defined statement today. Brent crude at one stage surpassed $116 a barrel as the Strait of Hormuz does remain effectively closed. We know some tankers are going through. What do you make of Tehran's retaliation despite Donald Trump's threats?
Well, I still see some coherence in the Iranian command and control over its retaliation. So it's not just wildly, aiming at all kinds of targets in the region. I think it's deploying an eye for an eye tactic here. But nevertheless, it is true that there has been an erosion in the power and the thinning out of the Islamic Republic security services. And if that continues, that will damage its ability to retaliate. But I think the Islamic Republic is, at the end of the day, putting its trump card, if you will, on the table now, which is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But that will become a diminishing asset, I believe, over time, because it's not just going to anger the United States. It's going to anger many other countries in the region. And also, let's not forget China as well, which has significant energy interests, irrespective of its oil trade with Iran. China has significant partnerships with Gulf Arab states as well. So I think that in the long run, this posture will be unsustainable for Tehran.
And that's so interesting because right now we talk about the Strait of Hormuz being their trump card. But if the Houthis were to get involved, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait will also be under their control. So right now we could see an escalation and even more of an economic impact. What do you make of that assessment?
Well, I think the United States is capable of countering the Houthis, and but the Houthis have learned lessons from their conflict with the United States and the international community after the October 7th massacre in 2023. So I believe that the Houthis are going to escalate, but gradually and in accordance with what direction that it's receiving from Tehran. I believe that Abdulreza Shalai, who has been a career IRGC commander, which is liaised with the Houthis, will be guiding their decision making. The IRGC has a representative on the Houthis Jihad Council, and so I believe that that's a very important place to watch in the weeks ahead.
Jason Brodsky, it's always great to have your analysis on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can now go to the deputy editor of The Spectator and host of Americano, a podcast, Freddie Gray. Freddie, it's always great to have you on the show. So Donald Trump says the US is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable Iranian regime, but has also repeated energy threats. What do you make of Trump's latest claims, and do you think they all add up?
Well, hello, Leigh Ann. Lovely to be with you. Do they add up? Not really, I think, is the sanest answer. I mean, there's a lot of speculation about whether Trump is talking because of the markets. And that certainly does seem to be the case. Last Monday, he issued a Truth Social suggesting that he might be willing to wind down the war. And the markets responded enthusiastically. Today, they also responded in a sort of a positive but mixed way, I'd say, to the word conclusion. He said as we bring the war to a conclusion. But of course, this was mixed in with a dramatic threat, and so he seems to be simultaneously threatening peace and more war at the same time. And I think analysts and investors and people on stock markets are desperately trying to figure out what exactly he is trying to signal or counter-signal. But the more substantial analysis has to look at the kind of military build-up and what looks like a next phase to this war.
And according to a report in the Financial Times, Trump says he wants Iran's oil and could seize Karg Island, which we've heard before. How risky could this military operation prove to be for US forces who are now said to be in the region and forces who could be sent here?
Well, I mean, he has wanted to do that for a long time. There's a viral video going around of him talking about taking Karg Island, taking the coast of Iran for its oil, as far back as 1987. So this has long been in Trump's mind. Mm-hmm. In terms of how risky it is, I think very is the answer. There's great concerns among military analysts that the troops that are deployed there could essentially be in a fishbowl to be shot at by Iranians. And of course, the Iranians have had a long time to prepare for this. The terrain is in their advantage. It's a mountainous terrain, which, similar to Afghanistan, makes it very, very difficult to seize land. I mean, Karg Island is one thing. Moving onto the coast would be another thing entirely. I think the answer is it's extremely risky. If it's going to be some sort of uranium seizing mission, going to the nuclear sites and taking out the uranium, that is also extremely risky. But at least, I suppose, that would be a get in there, get out as quickly as you can. If it's about occupying areas so as to control the flow of oil, that's a more long-term gambit, and that would mean longer risks as well as greater risks.
And NATO has confirmed it's intercepted an Iranian missile heading towards Turkey. That was in the last half an hour or so. Is Trump right with his assessment that the NATO alliance has done absolutely nothing to assist with his war with Iran?
Well, they haven't gone along with what Trump wants, and so they've done nothing in terms of Trump's agenda, or done little in terms of Trump's agenda. I do think, the international community, not just NATO, is siding with the West, if you like. It's an imperfect term now. But no, I think every time a missile has gone towards a NATO member or a NATO member base, NATO has sort of threatened to respond. There hasn't been a very unified response so far. I think if there is a dramatic hit on, say, Turkey, that will change the calculus of the war very much. And it was interesting, I mean, in the very early days of the war, a missile went towards Turkey and was shot down. And I think Turkish authorities quickly communicated to Iran saying, what are you doing? Because it was sort of understood that Iran wouldn't hit Turkey. And I think the Iranians promised that they wouldn't do it again. If it's happened again, then that does change the calculus. Although we have to be a little bit wary about these reports of missiles, because missiles seem to be firing off everywhere. Sometimes they go accidentally in the wrong direction. I mean, last weekend, there were reports of 2 missiles fired towards Diego Garcia, which is the US-UK joint base there. And that over the weekend in Britain led to lots of headlines saying, London could be next, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't had a lot of follow-up as to what actually happened with those missiles. So I'm a little bit skeptical about these reports. So I think always take them with a pinch of salt would be my advice.
And Freddie, I just want to shift the focus a little bit to the US domestically, because No Kings protest drew really large crowds to rally against President Trump across many US cities over the weekend. Are these just Trump derangement therapy sessions, as the White House is suggesting?
Well, of course they are, but the problem is a lot more people are getting Trump derangement syndrome at the moment, and that is a problem for the White House. I think, if you look at young voters, Trump actually did surprisingly well with young voters in 2024. I think he was -1 overall, which is staggering for a Republican nominee to get a figure like that, or as large a number of young voters as he did. Latest polling puts him on about -53, so that's a very substantial drop. The White House will keep sticking to the line that every poll suggests that MAGA is behind the president on this war. And that's true if you poll the right people. But MAGA is a complicated thing. It's not just fanatical Trump fans who believe in him no matter what. It's also, things like MAHA, the Make America Healthy Again group, which actually forms a very interesting part of the electorate, which seems very, very against this war. And the broader fear for Republican strategists looking ahead to the midterms in November, but also ahead to 2028, is that this war could really break up the coalition that Trump managed to assemble in 2024. And the polls suggest that's happening very, very fast. And the economy is a chief concern. And the reason people are concerned about the economy is partly because of the war.
And we have seen the Defense Secretary, I found this quite interesting, Pete Hegseth. He's been injecting Christianity into America's military. Does the US think it's fighting a holy war with Iran? I don't know what you make of this.
I think it's a fascinating subject. Obviously, you hear a lot of Americans talking about Iran being a theocracy and so on, and then the Iranians sort of throw back at them that actually, there is theocratic elements within your administration. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. Hegseth is a very interesting figure in terms of his religion. He's had a very complicated past life, lots of marriages, lots of bad behavior, etc. But he has resorted to religion and a particular type of reform Calvinist theology. It makes him a little bit different to people that the Christian Zionists, like Ted Cruz, say, or Mike Huckabee, who's the ambassador in Jerusalem. He's more interested in a kind of Christian nationalism. He's not so much tied up in the kind of end times theology that you might have heard about, which is concerned about, believes that there will be something dramatic will happen in the Middle East, and there'll be a kind of rapture and everyone will go to heaven or hell. Hegseth's theology seems to be far more about a kind of very simple Christian nationalism that is based on the good leading the vanguard against evil, and that can be using violence to lead that vanguard. So that's why he has Deus Vult, God wills it, tattooed on him. He's got strong religious convictions, and he is injecting it into the military. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I don't know if you saw last week on the Department of War social media page, there was a prayer. He'd read out a warrior's prayer with lots of images of troops going up and down helicopters and things like that. So yes, he's very much a kind of Christian warrior, as it were. But I think people sort of slightly misread that, I think, occasionally.
And Freddie, you mentioned Jerusalem there, and I did want to ask you a little bit about Israel, because we're seeing Israel have two theaters of war happening right now with Lebanon and with Iran. Where do you think Israel and the United States meet when it comes to trying to find a diplomatic off-ramp? Are they on slightly different pages?
I think this is the great concern for everybody on the Western side of the argument, is that the two objectives do seem to be different. I mean, at first, Trump talked about regime change, but obviously administration figures are very nervous about using that term now. And it seems like Israel was doing the decapitating. That was the sort of official line. Israel's doing the decapitating. We're just striking targets, military targets, to make sure that Iran can't project force. I think that was never quite true. You know, the US was involved in targeting the people for decapitation in the early stages. So I think there is this problem of the Pentagon and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, having different strategic ends. And there's also a further problem of them not being entirely straight with the public about what those ends are. So we can't quite understand how those ends are differing. If you see what, that's a rather complicated answer, I'm sorry. But I think the essential point is, you saw it with the striking of Iranian oil facilities a few weekends ago. The Americans were apparently very unhappy about that. And the Israelis did it anyway. They said they were going to do it, or they said they weren't going to do it, and then they did. And the Pentagon apparently was a bit baffled by that, because at the time the US didn't want to hit Iranian energy infrastructure.
Freddie Gray, might have been complicated, but it was very informative. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Pleasure as always.
Now, the Israeli military say it's launched a wave of strikes in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. It also said it struck drones, dozens of weapons production sites, including a long-range surface-to-air missiles manufacturing line in Iran's capital, Tehran. Israel's parliament has also passed an annual budget that ensures Netanyahu does avoid early elections. For more on this, I'm joined by Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, great to have you on the show with me. With Iran launching waves of missiles at Israel, Yemen's Houthis joining the conflict, and Israel conducting strikes on Iranian infrastructure while defending itself against multiple attacks, how does Israel assess its current strategic position 31 days into this conflict?
So Israelis are obviously worried that Donald Trump is going to announce an end to the war any second, because for Israel, this war needs to continue just a little bit more. They have essentially targeted most of the things that they wanted to begin with, but the nuclear program is still, it has been hit, but there are still concerns about their enriched uranium, and essentially some of their nuclear sites are still working. So Israel does not want this war to wrap up, because they're worried that not only is it going to force Israel to stop targeting the Iranian leadership and anything that they are doing now, it could also, if Iran demands that, force Israel to stop its war in Lebanon against Hezbollah. And this is something that they won't compromise on. Israel wants to essentially divide those two topics. They want to continue attacking Hezbollah after the war with Iran wraps up. But Iran is now trying to tie those two things together. They want a deal that ends all hostilities, including hostilities between their proxy in Lebanon and Israel.
With Israel expanding its military operations in southern Lebanon to try to halt these attacks from Hezbollah, how effective can these measures be in suppressing Hezbollah, but without escalating civilian casualties? Because as you've said, right now, Israel wants to carry on this war just a little bit longer.
So Israel has been relatively good carrying out precision-guided strikes in Lebanon, but it doesn't mean that civilians aren't being killed. The numbers, as far as I'm concerned, on the Lebanese side is somewhere between 12 to 1,300 people killed, and Israel estimates that nearly 800 members of Hezbollah and other terror group members have been killed. So again, there are hundreds of civilians killed according to those two tallies, but it is almost impossible to not have huge civilian damage because Israel is going after Hezbollah wherever they are. So in Beirut, for example, in densely populated areas, they call for evacuations, but it doesn't mean that you remove the threat to civilians at all. And in southern Lebanon, Israel has essentially taken control with most of southern Lebanon. Some of the forces have even reached the Litani River, which means that they are now trying to encircle whatever is left of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And they go essentially from house to house, cleaning up whatever weapons or tunnels or traits of Hezbollah that there might be, like they did in the previous war, and they often blow up these houses. So there is a lot of civilian damage, both in terms of human toll, but also in terms of material damage.
And given that Israel is not directly involved in peace negotiations with Iran, how does Israel plan to ensure its security concerns are addressed in any potential ceasefire agreement that may come to light at some point?
I think at this point, Donald Trump and Netanyahu, they speak very, very often. Donald Trump knows exactly what Israel's red lines are. And I do think that both Israel and the United States are relatively on the same page when it comes to what they can and what they can't accept from any deal with the Iranian regime. So the Iranian nuclear program has to be either demolished, dismantled, or at least the enriched uranium. They have 400 kilo of, I believe, 60% enriched uranium. That has to be removed out of the country. There are certain red lines that I think that they both agree on. And then there are other things, such as the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's very important for the United States that Iran doesn't have sovereignty over that area anymore, whereas Israel is probably more interested in having their ballistic missile program completely annihilated or dismantled, and also having a full stop to Iran's support for proxy groups. But I have to say, it really would surprise me if there is going to be a very good deal, so to say, that satisfies all parties. I just don't see it happening.
And as the conflict is spreading regionally, is there strong domestic support for the military operations against Iran and Hezbollah in Israel, Yotam?
There's still an overwhelming majority of Israelis who support the wars against Iran and against Hezbollah. But of course, as time progresses and as people are getting killed, both civilians, but also soldiers, six soldiers were killed in Lebanon so far. When you start seeing those numbers growing, and when you start seeing people in the north not being able to live a normal life, the people who live in northern Israel have a very, very hard time. They're bombarded with rockets and drones, essentially nonstop. And also people in central Israel really feeling the ballistic missiles from Iran. I think the more the war progresses, there will be more and more, I would say, probably criticism, because people are also not really fully understanding how Iran is still, and Hezbollah for that matter, are still able to shoot missiles a month into the war when they were being told, first of all, Hezbollah had been more or less demolished in the previous war, and Iran was supposedly running out of missiles. But there is still support for both wars, at least for now, but it will obviously change if the war continues for many, many months more.
And Yotam, Israel actually managed to pass a budget after this marathon session that they had. Why is this so significant, especially for Benjamin Netanyahu, when it comes to elections?
He's essentially now bought himself time. He can now stay in power until elections will be naturally called, when the Knesset will be dissolved in autumn, in October. Many people were speculating in the beginning of the year that Netanyahu's government was about to be toppled by the ultra-Orthodox because they were fighting over a draft bill, and many people speculated that the elections could come as soon as June. Now he has managed to pass a budget, and it looks like he's been able to do that because at the very last minute, more or less, he agreed to give hundreds of millions of shekels to the ultra-Orthodox community, something that the opposition is raging against. So essentially, the Netanyahu government managed to keep quiet, so to say, or to keep the ultra-Orthodox quiet, to pass the budget by giving them a lot of money for their community, and then postponing once again the whole dilemma over the draft the draft law. So for now, Netanyahu will stay in power until October unless something dramatically happens.
Yotam Confino, it's always great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Now, oil prices around the world reached a high of $116 a barrel as the global energy crisis caused by the conflict in the Middle East continues. Asian stock markets also fell, and Japan's Nikkei dropped 2.8%. Meanwhile, Australia's Prime Minister has announced 50% cuts to fuel tax and asked for clarity from President Trump amid the crisis. Take a listen.
I want to see more certainty in what the objectives of the war are, and I want to see a de-escalation. I have nothing but contempt for the Iranian regime. The beginning of the conflict, the objectives were outlined as one, stopping Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Secondly, degrading the opportunity that Iran has for engaging in military action, either overt or through its proxies in Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthis. The third was regime change.
For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Patrick Falk. Patrick, great to have you on the show. President Trump has said that Iran has agreed to most of the U.S. demands to end the war and that negotiations were going well. We did actually see European and U.S. stocks rise on that news. But I think the question is, how did Asia react earlier today?
Yeah, well, investors are replacing risk following weeks of misplaced optimism, as one analyst put it. Donald Trump may have expressed optimism about negotiations with Iran, but that did little to lift market sentiment in this part of the world, at least. The MSCI Asia-Pacific Index fell to its lowest level since the start of the year on concerns about rising energy prices and the impact it would have on global economies. Across the region, Japan's Nikkei 225 and the Kospi led to this region lower. Both were off by about 3%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index was down by 0.8%, and Sydney was down by around 0.6%. China Shanghai Composite bucked the trend, rising about 0.25%. It's relatively insulated from energy shocks because of its ability to lean on its own energy infrastructure. But the main concern for markets really is volatility in energy prices right now, and that continues to heap uncertainty on investors and also deepens inflationary and recessionary concerns as well. As you say, oil prices currently trading at around $116 a barrel, and analysts are saying that if the situation in the Strait of Hormuz continues and we see an additional month of an effective blockade, then we're going to see oil prices rise to around the $150 levels. Experts have also suggested that the crisis could go on at least until June, with the risk tilting towards the conflict lasting even longer than that. And so all of this is raising the chances of rate hikes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of uncertainty. And we know, Patrick, that markets don't like that. And governments across the region appear to be taking further steps to try to rein in the effects of these rising energy prices. What can you tell us about what governments are trying to put in place to mitigate the impact that households will have?
Well, Asian markets, as we've said many times before, are particularly affected because of the reliance on shipping energy, shipping oil via the Strait of Hormuz, via the Middle East. And so many countries have already been trying to cushion the impact on households and businesses. And we've seen further signs of that today as well. We heard just a moment ago Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, talking about wanting to get more certainty around what the objectives of the war are. He also warned that the impact on the economy is going to worsen the longer the war lasts. Now, the Australian government has rolled out measures including halving the country's fuel excise for a period of 3 months. Elsewhere, we also saw in South Korea, the foreign minister there saying that South Korea would widen driving restrictions to general vehicles. So that is quite a drastic step, as you can imagine, and something that would affect people's livelihoods. That's if oil prices breach the $120 level. We're certainly seeing oil prices head towards that direction, and countries are taking further steps to try and reduce demand for oil right now.
And reports are suggesting Iran is allowing ships from some Asian countries to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. How far will that go to easing the energy crisis that we're seeing at the moment, and that, of course, that rising price of oil?
Well, it's hard to see that really moving the needle an awful lot. We're talking about countries including Thailand, Pakistan, and Malaysia in particular. And really, it's aimed at trying to address severe shortages in non-hostile nations to Iran, and to an extent, Iran also wants to wants these countries to apply pressure on Washington. So there is an incentive for Tehran to allow some of their ships to sail through, but they equally want to maintain at least some level of pressure. And so, for example, if you see with Pakistan, it's being allowed to have 2 ships sail through the Strait of Hormuz per day. And as Malaysia has stated, the other thing that they have to consider is that, you know, you still have to wait for a window for tankers to sail through the waterway, given the security situation right now. So it's hard to see it really making an awful lot of difference. And all of this comes at an additional cost for governments. We're reading reports saying that the Iran government is charging countries $2 million per tanker to sail through the Strait of Hormuz right now.
And experts say markets have buffered supply shortages effectively so far, but soon the focus will turn towards reducing demand for oil. Patrick, I must admit, there always seems to be this conversation. It even happened when the Ukraine-Russia conflict started, but not much is done about it. But if they are to try and reduce the demand for oil, what is this actually going to mean?
Well, perhaps the Ukraine situation was a lesson for many economies. And as a matter of fact, analysts have said that a lot of countries have been fairly well buffered through a mix of policies and also stockpiles. We've seen stockpile releases, and that's worked quite effectively up till now. Some analysts suggested that oil prices could have risen much higher had that not been the case. But yeah, certainly we're seeing policies being implemented right now in Thailand, for example. The government is promoting what's called B20 biodiesel. That's a diesel blend containing 20% domestically produced palm oil, and that's becoming more widely available at pumps in the country. So that's part of a process of trying to reduce demand. And we know that supply shortages are really hurting many countries, including the Philippines, for example, Vietnam as well. They have reached out to Japan asking it to share its stockpiles. Japan, as we know, has released some of its reserves, and we know it's got about 8 months of supply. The Philippines, for example, by contrast, has around 45 days of oil supply. So the situation is becoming more desperate. There's something there for Tokyo to consider whether or not it's able to support. But the country has also made it clear that it needs to prioritize itself right now. And right now there is simply too much uncertainty about how long this war is going to go on for.
Patrick Falk, great to have your analysis of the markets on and that energy crisis hitting all the different countries across Asia. Thank you so much for your time with me. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump threatens to destroy Iran's oil wells and power plants if it doesn't agree to end the war. Israel launches strikes targeting the Iran-backed militant Hezbollah group in Beirut and weapon production sites in Tehran. Global oil prices reach a high of $116 a barrel as Australia halves its fuel tax. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Back to the beginning, almost a month into the war, and President Trump says talks with Iran could be back on the table. Is the ultimate goal, though, to soothe regional tensions, or is it more about soothing oil markets? Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. Every morning we have to know what Israelis think, It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. Everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF kill children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. In our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
It was difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to. He's a narcissist, and so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, with oil and gas flows severely impacted by the ongoing conflict in Iran, the Brent benchmark jumps more than 50% during the month of March. We'll be asking our panel of experts, who are the winners and who are the losers in this current context? Plus, we'll be finding out about a new trade corridor between Saudi Arabia and Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates, which bypasses the Strait of Hormuz and which will help keep global supply chains moving. And despite concerns over the economic costs of this war, Saudi Arabia's Wealth Fund says that it remains committed to investments around the world. Welcome to the programme. Geopolitical tensions across the region have meant significant volatility across global energy markets. Well, the ongoing conflict with Iran has severely disrupted traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical artery which normally carries around 1/5 of the world's oil supply. With flows sharply reduced, global benchmarks have surged, with Brent crude recording one of the strongest monthly gains on record during the month of March. Well, analysts warn that the market is no longer reacting to headlines, but now to the risk of a prolonged conflict, with the potential for even tighter supply and further price spikes if disruption continues. Well, with millions of barrels a day effectively removed from the market, the International Energy Agency is calling this crisis worse than the two 1970s oil shocks combined. Well, from a Saudi perspective, the crisis underscores the kingdom's central role in global energy stability. Well, to talk through all of this, I'm joined here in the studio by Dr. Youssef Al-Shamari, who is president of the London College of Energy Economics. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Al-Shamari. We're also joined from Bern in Switzerland by Cornelia Meyer, who is an economist, the CEO of Meyer Resources, a commodity expert and a friend of this channel. A very warm welcome to you as well. And last but not least, we're joined from London by Naveen Das, who's a senior analyst at Kepler. Thank you very much to you, Naveen, as well, for taking the time to join us on Al Arabiya English. Dr. Al-Shamari, since you're here with us in the studio, let me start by asking you. This is being described, what we're going through right now, as the most severe energy shock in modern history. Does that sound right to you?
First, hello, Tom, and I'm very delighted to be in Arabiya English. Certainly, it's a statement that I believe all international experts would agree on, because, look, the IEA has announced it's the largest in history withdraw from its strategic oil reserves. That's 400 million barrels. That is expected to supply something like 4 million barrels for the next 90 days. If you look at the crisis here compared, for example, to the 70s, where historically it's been the largest oil shock that led to in fact, the formation of the IEA. We had only disruption in oil, but in the Hormuz crisis, we have a supply disruption in both oil and gas, in addition to multiple strategic commodities supplying the world international trade. So I believe the knock-on effect here wouldn't just be on energy market, but it will also have a dramatic impact on the world economy as a whole. And many analysts would describe this as a shock that compares to the COVID-19, but the difference here is that during the COVID-19 we had a demand shock, now we have a supply shock, so which could ultimately bring down demand, because now we lost more than 10 million barrels in supply. So that means demand will have to adjust to that supply shock. So ultimately it can mean a slowing. In fact, it could also mean a recession over the next several months if this crisis continues.
Okay, yeah, some people saying the same as the combined impact of both oil shocks in the 1970s. Cornelia, let me turn to you and ask for your thoughts, because oil prices up roughly 50% for a barrel of Brent crude since the start of this conflict 4 weeks ago. What does that mean for consumers? What does that mean for global inflation and growth?
Well, prices are the transmission mechanism of any crisis. So this means that because Brent is globally priced, essentially with WTI and Brent, it means that it's permeating throughout the world, and it's a very substantive inflationary pressure. And then when you add to this, gas is up 66% in Europe, because LNG is no longer coming through the Straits of Hormuz, and the Europeans have decided not to buy any gas or LNG from Russia. So they're really a little bit in a bind. So you will see the Asians and the Europeans competing very heavily for US LNG. And that's, again, big inflationary pressures. The fertilizer, they're up more than 30%. And a lot of the base materials that are produced from oil and gas are up too. So we have across the band, for the whole industrial sector, we have a scarcity in Asia, which will be translated, especially when it comes to refined products, to Europe in a few months' time. And we also have a price shock. So this is a really, really bad inflationary scenario. And all I can say is fasten your seatbelts.
All right, well, thanks for that. And indeed, fastening seatbelts quite necessary in the context, Naveen, of these oil price fluctuations that we've seen over the last 4 weeks. I mean, pretty dramatic, the charts that you look at, looking at the ups and the downs. And I wanted to ask you, what factors, what sort of information flow is influencing a sudden fluctuation in the oil price? Is it a headline? Is it a message by President Trump on X? What is it?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a combination of many different factors. I think what we are seeing now in terms of the oil prices, first and foremost, a disconnect between, the futures price, the price we see sort of widely quoted that we typically think about when we're talking about the oil price, and the actual spot physical prices. Those are dramatically higher than what we're seeing on the futures curve, which implies that, the futures are baking in some degree of optimism, but also on top of that, driven by various headlines, various tweets. And then, the other layer which exacerbates the volatility is how traders' positioning has had to be curtailed due to the volatility, and the nature of sort of algorithmic or systematic trading signals that parse headlines and trade off the back of that. So that's really amplifying the volatility in the futures market, making it increasingly difficult to trade, while there's also a disconnect with the physical reality, the physical spot prices pricing a lot higher than what we're seeing on the futures so far.
Okay, so clearly a lot of factors at work. And I want to ask you, Dr. Al-Shamari, I mean, supposing the price of a barrel of oil reaches $200 US, and, you know, that's a scenario some are predicting for the long drawn out, prolonged conflict scenario. What would that mean for consumers and for industry?
Well, here it's important to highlight which crude are we talking about, because so far the impact on Brent and West Texas were much lower than other benchmarks, which includes Oman and Dubai, which both skyrocketed above $150. In fact, West Texas was the lowest affected because of the ample supplies in the U.S. But certainly at the current level, if prices in fact even reach $120 for Brent or WTI, I believe this is already a turning point for the global economy, because certainly we could see slowing economies, especially in the Asian economies. In fact, it also will amplify the risks of stagflation. In fact, the CEO of BlackRock already stated that if we reach $150, the world is expected to go through recession. So if we talk in $200, to me it means that perhaps it's a inflection point where there is already inability for consumers to purchase these energy exports from the Gulf. It means we could see plants shutting down. It means we could see the aviation movement even reduced to a very large level. It means that people will have to work from home and reduce their travel and, in fact, even mobility trends. So I think it just going to signifies that there's going to be a demand shock, a large decline in oil consumption, perhaps more than 10 million barrels a day. And what that means is the knock-on effect that could happen after that will not be easy, because to just look at during the 2020 pandemic, it took the world 3 years to come back to normal, for oil demand to come back to the levels before the crisis level. So if we have another shock of this similarity in 2026, I think it's going to have huge ramifications on the energy industry as a whole. One thing here I could see happening is faster transition to alternatives. Perhaps it's going to get many industrial economies to go back to coal and investments in the nuclear, because nuclear is the competitor of natural gas. We could also see renewables, in fact, coming back pretty much on a large extent on the table. And EVs. I think 2026 could be an interesting year to compare the sales of EVs compared to the years before.
Okay, well, I want to pick up on that and put something to Cornelia, because Cornelia, I read an op-ed that you wrote very kindly for Arabiya English, and in your op-ed you mentioned that 80% of the energy mix still highly dependent on fossil fuels. And I want to ask your opinion whether you see this crisis accelerating the transition of energy away from fossil fuels. What do you think will be the sort of the legacy of this?
Well, I think you will see demand destruction. The question is, how long will demand destruction last? And the question for that, again, is how deep will it be? How long will it last? The other question is here, you will obviously see coal is, especially when it comes to power production. You look at India, you look at China, they will opt for coal because coal is there and it gives them energy security. And that's something they need for their economies. But in the very long run, we need every drop of oil, we need every molecule of gas, we need every bit of coal, every sun ray, every wind, every drop of water for hydropower. power, because by 2050 we'll have 2 billion people more on planet Earth, and they will be in the global South. They will be in Africa. They'll be in South Asia, and they will have huge needs for energy, for transportation, for lighting, for all of these things. So we will not get around oil. But I agree with you, in the short to medium term, there is demand destruction. But I'm pretty sure it will come back, because it has to come back, because we'll have so many more people on planet Earth.
Sure. Let me turn to you, Naveen. I wanted to ask you, with shipments through the Strait of Hormuz severely disrupted, what are we seeing in terms of initiatives to reroute that important traffic of, I think it's 1/5 of the world's oil and gas that passes through the Strait of Hormuz? What are we seeing in terms of initiatives to mitigate the impact?
Well, you're very right in terms of the scale, and when you put it in those terms, it is very difficult to obviously have a like-for-like replacement. We are seeing production shut-ins, and consequently, as the other panelists have been discussing, demand destruction. But there are a few sort of alternatives and ways in which we can try and mitigate this. Primarily 3 pipelines, mainly for crude oil. First of all, within Saudi Arabia, the East-West pipeline, the Adcock pipeline in the UAE, and also in northern Iraq, to try and get crude oil from the sort of Kurdish fields into the Mediterranean. Now, these are, in a gross sum, totaling less than an incremental sort of 5 to 6 million barrels a day. So nowhere near the sort of 15 to 16 million barrels a day of crude oil we were seeing flowing through the Strait of Hormuz before. Nonetheless, these sort of auxiliary routes are vital. We are seeing loadings on the Red Sea coast of Saudi Arabia reach record highs, just sort of highlighting the level of the supply disruption and the need to, where possible, extract barrels back into the seaborne market. So the scale of the replacement is in no way comparable or replaceable to what we've lost, but there are alternatives that we are seeing being used so far.
Okay, and just staying with the Strait of Hormuz, something I want to put to you, Dr. Shamari, is that President Trump said, I believe on Thursday, quote, "We don't need the Hormuz Strait," he said. "We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country's not affected by this." He said, we have twice the amount of oil of Saudi Arabia or Russia. Soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Is he right?
Well, to assert, if you take the literal meaning, he could be correct, but indirectly, the United States can be affected. Historically, before, for example, we talk about Venezuela, the United States has been importing something like 500,000 barrels of heavy oil from Saudi Arabia, because many of its refineries need diesel, and the type of oil that's produced in the U.S. is not highly suitable for that kind of heavy fuels production. Perhaps things have changed after now the U.S. has direct access to Venezuelan oil. But if you look at the increase in oil prices, then that means a higher gasoline prices for local consumers in the U.S. And that will have a huge economic impact on inflation levels. President Trump has been calling for the U.S. Fed to reduce interest rates. And at the last meeting, the Fed has decided to keep them at their fixed levels. So I think it's going to make the Fed much harder, especially when President Trump has been trying to call on for reducing interest rates in order for allow for the economic activity to kind of pick up. So I think the increased levels of energy prices globally will have a knock-on effect on the U.S. economy, and that will, again, impact all the political agenda that the President Trump and the Republican Party will have. Certainly that could be who could benefit from that is the Democrats, who may be against the war in the Gulf, against Iran, because as we all know, the Democratic Party has been, in fact, came up with that Iran deal, the P5+1 deal, during President Obama, and enforced again by President Biden. So they could take this as a chance, especially when the midterm elections are only 7 months away.
Yeah, Cornelia, what did you make of that comment by President Trump? We don't need the Hormuz Strait, we don't need it at all. Essentially, he's saying, not our problem.
It is the world's problem, and with that, as the leader of the free world and as the world's largest economy, it is also his problem. And as Yusuf said, I mean, the transmission mechanism is price, is inflation. I'm not so sure. I think in the short run, yes, it will be difficult to lower interest rates, or there will be a pressure to go higher on interest rates. However, if we go into a full-blown recession, we will go into quantitative easing. So the jury is out of that on how that happens and how long it happens. But, the world needs this is 20% of oil and oil products, and it is 20% of LNG. It's 30% of nitrogen-based fertilizer, which has huge impact on food security and food prices. So we all, the whole world needs the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying that for us. Naveen, let me turn to you. If the conflict were to end tomorrow, and we're sort of drawing to the end of this conversation, how quickly would flows of oil, LNG, and prices normalize? How long would it take?
Well, first of all, I think there's obviously going to be some sort of lag effect. And I think, here at Kepler, we're modeling very different scenarios. Sort of as a base case, if the conflict were to end, tomorrow, you could see a normalization of flows via the Strait of Hormuz, assuming that there are security guarantees as well going forward, getting back to sort of normal levels and as a phased approach by the second half of this year. So essentially taking, 2 to 3 months, and that is ensuring that you have the same number of vessels passing, a drawdown of the commodities that have been stocked on floating storage, while also drawing down inland inventories, and at the same time the countries that have shut in production bringing production back incrementally as well. So with all those sort of supply chain disruptions that need to be sort of wrinkled out of the system, we anticipate that it would take at least 2 to 3 months, and you would see normal flows resume from the beginning of the second half of the year.
Okay, and just final thoughts from Cornelia and Dr. Al-Shamari. I'd like to ask you both, what lessons have been learned already from this crisis? What can governments do to better prepare themselves for the future in terms of energy security and supply chain resilience? Cornelia, your thoughts?
Well, we have learned just how very dependent we are on these narrow waterways. And, the Straits of Hormuz is not the only one. There's the Malacca Straits, there's Bab el-Mandeb. The UK Navy says, the Cape of Good Hope is also a potential choke point. So we've learned that we have potential choke points. We've just learned how very exposed we are to when it comes to waterways, to not just wars but also accidents. Remember Suez Canal a few years back when the container ship blocked it for 6 days, and also the environment. There's only about 50% of the traffic that can go through the Straits of Panama because of global warming. So we've learned that just how exposed we are, and that we have to become better at getting some resilience mechanisms baked in. Lastly, I think we will have to see just how quickly we can get back to normal, because there have been quite a few oil and gas installations hit, namely Ras Laffan in Qatar, which is 20% of 17% of it has hit, but Ras Laffan produces 20% of LNG. So we have to see how quickly these things can be restored.
Okay, we've got 20 seconds left. Dr. Al-Shamari, your final thoughts. Any lessons learned to better prepare the world for next time?
Well, for suppliers, I think investments in energy infrastructure now is being far more important than ever. I think Saudi Arabia saw it happening 40 years ago by building the East-West pipeline, which now supplies at least 60 to 70% of Saudi Arabian exports. But the other GCC partners, I believe there needs to be more investments in bypassing international maritime routes. So this is a key lesson. For consumers, I believe there needs to be investments in all of the above solutions, especially when it comes to nuclear and clean coal.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you spelling that out for us in what little time we've had left. Thank you very much indeed to you, Dr. Yusuf Al-Shamari. Thank you very much as well to Cornelia Maya, who's joined us from Bern. And thank you as well to Naveen Das, who joined us from London. Thank you all very much indeed. Now, we often hear about how 1/5 of the world's seaborne oil and gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's not just energy. Fertilizers, petrochemicals, and vital supply chain materials all move through that narrow channel. And disruption there is now rippling across global supply chains. And unlike oil, many of these commodities can't simply be rerouted through a pipeline. So how do you keep trade moving? Well, one possible answer is a new Saudi-UAE trade corridor which links Dammam and Sharjah, and it therefore bypasses Hormuz and cuts transit times. Well, it is a joint effort between the Saudi Ports Authority, Mawani, and the UAE-based logistics company Gulftainer. We are joined now by the Gulftainer Group CEO, Farid Belbouab, who joins us from Sharjah in the UAE. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Belbouab. I'd like to just start by asking you to tell us a bit more about this Sharjah-Dammam corridor. How does it work?
Yes, so thank you for hosting me. From the beginning, we had obviously to be solution-driven, and when obviously you receive a ship in your port, you have multiple cargo with different destinations, and Saudi Arabia being a neighboring country with whom we had obviously extensive ties, particularly as Gulftainer, where we operate as well our ports. So we had obviously to find a solution to continue to serve the corridor. So cargo was discharged is discharged in Khorfakan. From Khorfakan, the cargo is routed through a land bridge solution to our port in Sharjah, and from Sharjah, which is our other port which face the Arabian Gulf, cargo is being loaded on board feeders that continue to serve Dammam, but as well other countries such as Qatar or Bahrain. The objective, obviously, behind this solution is to continue to serve the UAE, but also the GCC and the GCC countries. Make sure that the trade continue to flow as much as, obviously, the cargo shall find, obviously, its route in the region. It's an absolute necessity to maintain, obviously, those land bridge solutions via Sharjah, but as well Jebel Ali, Abu Dhabi, because this product as well was extended to other ports, connecting them by feeders, but also through land bridge itself. Today we have customers coming from Saudi Arabia to clear their cargo in our port in Khorfakan, which is located outside of the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks for that, Mr. Belbouab. I wanted to ask you, just basically to summarize for us, it seems that Gulftainer is essentially going to be enabling these trade corridors to operate by really utilizing those ports at Khorfakan and Sharjah. Is that correct?
Correct. The idea is obviously about making use of the existing assets. We are not trying somewhat to reinvent the wheels. At the end, trades always find its flows. Making sure that the cargo that is being discharged in Khorfakan continue obviously through those corridors, Sharjah, Jebel Ali, Abu Dhabi, and continue, obviously, its journey on board feeder vessels to connect with the Saudi ports in Dammam.
Okay, so what is your strategy for optimizing trade corridors locally, regionally, right across the UAE and the region?
In this environment, execution speed is everything. So we have been building the fastest inland cargo movement currently available in the UAE. The existing corridor connects Khorfakan directly to Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi through controlled and high efficiency routes. What this means in practice, it's faster delivery with lower complexity as well and more predictable flows. And all of this operates under a single operational and customs framework. What we did from the beginning, with obviously a very significant support from the UAE federal government, is to ensure that all the customs processes are aligned, just to ensure that we get to move cargo seamlessly and under a very clear umbrella. So one stop, minimal friction, and maximum efficiency.
Okay, let's talk a bit about regional shipping capacity in the context of this current conflict in Iran. What impact is it having? And are you seeing shipments and cargo being rerouted from neighboring Gulf countries?
Of course. What we are seeing today is very clear. Shipping lines are adjusting their routing and new trade routes are being created in real time. Trades always finds a way. So Khorfakan, which was primarily a transshipment hub, is now operating as a major gateway for the UAE. And at the same time, cargo is being routed as well through alternative corridors. We have, as a UAE government, so they've been now the extension of the Oman corridor through the Green Corridor. Flows are also moving through Jeddah. Some are even considering Turkey or Jordan to connect countries like Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or Iraq. So this shows one thing, global trade is adapting dynamically, and we are positioned at the center of that shift. On our side, we have deployed dedicated India-UAE shuttle shipping line services with fast transit time, ensuring continuous supply of essential cargo. And we are scaling capacity further as demand evolves, of course.
Okay, and clearly resilience, the order of the day in a time of crisis. How is Gulf-Tainer building that resilience up?
And for us, resilience is not a concept, it is operational. We are managing this through speed, flexibility, and full control of execution. And what's happening today in the UAE goes even further, in my opinion. And the level of coordination across the country is unlike anything we have seen before. This is not just a theoretical alignment. This is real-time execution across federal entities, emirates, ports, and operators. We are working hand in hand with authorities across the UAE with immediate decision-making and full operational support. This is not about stimulus packages. This is really about execution. For every challenge, solutions are identified and deployed immediately. And if I get to speak about my experience, we are here to serve the country. We are on a national duty. From day one, I had to step, obviously, from my seat as a group CEO and sit as a chief commander in a crisis center in Khorfakan. And the system has to be responsive, pragmatic, and fully mobilized. So we go, obviously, by the logic. The chain of command has to be very clear. So what you are seeing is a country that does not wait. It acts, it adapts, and it delivers. And this is really what resilience looks like.
Sure, and it's also meant, hasn't it, much closer coordination between you, where you're sitting in Sharjah, and what is happening in Saudi Arabia as well.
Correct. There, obviously, beside the discussions that are happening at leadership level, so real-time coordination is obviously ongoing with the port authorities. I mean, Saudi Arabia has recently extended that storage free time for containers in transit actually have been literally extended to 60 days. So this goes beyond just a normal collaboration or coordination. We are literally working hand in hand to make sure that we fasten the cargo clearance, that we reduce the delays, while ensuring, obviously, that the trade continue to flow.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, a lot of operational uncertainty out there, not just for you, but for plenty of other logistics companies, pretty much anyone in pretty much any sector I can think of right now. You've got this challenge of insurance, which is something that is particularly relevant in that particular waterway. How are you navigating this particular challenge?
So from our end, we cannot control insurance premiums and how the freights are evolving. I mean, we have obviously received significant complaints about how shipping and freight costs have been increased. I mean, has increased and somewhat new charges appearing from empty container return or literally freight charges even increasing sevenfold. Some charges are obviously justified in the sense where there is a risk around servicing the area, and we have to appreciate that. All what we can do is control how the cargo moves, and this is what obviously we are providing our partners with. First, we operate the port of Khorfakan in Sharjah, and our commitments to those shipping companies is that the port of Khorfakan operates in a safe environment, that they have to continue, obviously, to serve the UAE and to accept bookings, because it's really about trade continuity, supply chain continuity for the UAE and the GCC countries. We are obviously also providing operational solutions by ensuring that when the cargo is discharged, the cargo is moving, because we don't want to end up with ships stuck at the berth. So operating all in all with efficient corridors. Again, all of this with the aim to minimize exposure to risk. What I can tell you is that the government, the federal government, is working actively as well in solutions to somewhat reduce or erase this insurance premium exposure through different options. So those are being discussed in committees at a federal level. At the end of the day, the priority is clear. The UAE and the GCC must remain supplied, and we are ensuring that happens.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Farid Belboab, the CEO of Gulf Container Group. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
And finally for today, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund says that despite growing concerns over the mounting economic costs of this conflict in Iran, the kingdom's wealth fund remains committed to investment around the world. Well, Yasir Al-Rumayyan, who is the governor of the $1 trillion PIF, made the comments at the Future Investment Initiative in Miami. Well, he added that Saudi Arabia's macroeconomic and physical position remains strong, stable and resilient. Al-Rumayyan also touched upon the PIF's long-term strategy, which he says will include investment in the private sector, both domestically and internationally, notably in sectors like renewables and data centers. He added that he wants the whole world to come and invest in Saudi Arabia. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal, coming to you from our headquarters in Riyadh here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll see you again next week.
Back to the beginning, almost a month into the war, and President Trump says talks with Iran could be back on the table. Is it the ultimate goal to soothe regional tensions, or is it more about soothing oil markets? We put it to our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The US and Iran were engaged in numerous rounds of talks before the first missiles landed. How likely is a deal now that the whole region has been plunged into chaos? According to President Trump, pretty likely.
But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which...
Critics, however, are quick to point out we've been here before. The White House says a deal is imminent, only to launch another attack. Iran denies direct talks are even taking place, and Israel says, regardless, it won't stop its attacks. So, coming up on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel, does the US really want a deal, or does it want to calm markets and buy time? If talks do go ahead, is Iran in a stronger position, considering it controls the Strait of Hormuz? And will Israel fall into line if the US calls time on this war? Joining us for this discussion is Ahmed Qureshi, journalist covering national security across the Middle East. Carla Sands joins us once again, a vice president at the America First Institute and former ambassador to Denmark. And rounding out our panel is Cyrus Jansen, a geopolitical analyst who hosts his own YouTube show discussing global developments. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. At first glance, it sounded like this was the breakthrough everyone was waiting for. News that the US and Iran could be heading back to the negotiating table to end a conflict that has not only sparked a regional security crisis, but also a global energy concerns. So once we dug a little deeper, though, it seemed like there was probably more to it. And one thing we know about this administration is that you can't take everything President Trump says on face value. Is the president confident he can make a deal, or is he using this as more diplomatic leverage, perhaps buying himself some more time? Because we do know that thousands of specialist Marines are en route to the region, and they're due by the end of the month. So, Carla, is the US serious about a negotiated end, or is this a stalling tactic until President Trump's soldiers arrive?
Well, Melinda, it's a great question, but as a matter of fact, President Trump really believes that people shouldn't know what he's going to do. So his advisors, they lay out his options, and an option is to go in and take out the energy, for instance, or go and take Karg Island when these Marines arrive. Another option is to talk to the Iranians and find who is going to be the next leader and get that government up and running so that they preserve the economy of Iran, which is what he's hoping to do, is just cut off the head of the snake, remove the bad actors. And like he said to the IRGC, lay down your weapons. We want peace. I think there will be some that are willing to not defect, but more or less begin to work with the United States and the Middle Eastern, the regional allies who have been attacked unbelievably. You know, places like Oman and Qatar have been friendly with Iran and helped to mediate disputes. So it's really shocking how Iran has brought together so many different countries to become allied to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, for instance.
Okay. Ahmed, what do you make of that? Is this, President Trump making good use of his regional allies, or do you see this a little bit differently?
Yeah, well, I think the president, obviously, he's making good use of the regional allies, but he's also trying to sort of stir up internal competition, if you put it that way, within the regime. So sitting here in Islamabad, for example, and we hear that the city could host the talks later this week, if they go through. We're hearing things like who's coming really from Tehran. So, and we hear also things like the Iranians are worried about sending the senior-most person. They know that their entire leadership of the regime has been, decimated. They don't want to take a risk and send somebody who's important for the regime to run things inside Iran, and that person gets exposed, so to speak. So we hear things like that as well. So it's interesting how President Trump is really trying to stir the pot, so to speak, inside Iran, within the regime itself, and see who is willing really to step up, who's really willing to maybe seize power and be the next leader of Iran. And and there's an ample experience. We've seen what happened. I recall back in the 1990s, early 1990s in Iraq. There were people inside the regime of Saddam Hussein who wanted to step up. There were people inside Syria who wanted to do the same. So I think there's an element of President Trump very smartly stirring the pot inside Iran to see exactly who's willing to step up. And obviously the regional allies are helping a lot. Let's not forget that Azerbaijan, Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, others have tremendous intelligence about what happens or what's happening really inside Iran. Mm-hmm. There are cultural connections, there are ethnic connections, there are people who have families on both sides in Dubai and in Tehran, in Pakistan, in Iraq, in Turkey, in Azerbaijan. So there's a lot at play, I would say, that is not really making it into the print version of New York Times or on CNN, for example. So a lot is at play. Let's see what happens. One of the things that I'm watching, for example, honestly, is who's going to come from Tehran to Islamabad to meet the American delegation, because that person would either be somebody who has a future to rule, Iran and be the next face of the regime, or, it would tell us something about, what's happening in the power struggle in Tehran itself. Okay,
we're going to drill down a little more deeply into the Iranian dynamics of these talks in our following segment. So I'm going to circle back to that good point that you make there, Ahmed. Cyrus, let me bring you in here first. What do you make of those assertions from Ahmed? Is this a bit of a trap that the US is setting for Iran to stir the pot, see who floats to the surface? Or is President Trump serious about wanting to make a long-term deal? Or is this just about calming the oil markets?
Oh, for Donald Trump, it's all about trying to calm the markets right now. I mean, we saw a huge swing in the financial markets yesterday when he announced that he's been in touch with Iran's leadership and is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. Iran responded back that they have not been, in fact, in talks with Donald Trump. I think what we're seeing right now is that we're seeing a desperate move from the United States and Israel to try to find a ceasefire because they have started a war that unfortunately is not in a good position. They have completely underestimated Iran to the fact that this war is now entering the 25th, 26th day. This is an absolute disaster for the United States. They literally said that at the beginning of this that it was about regime change. They had to walk that back. We saw Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, admit on camera that they went to war because of Israel. And this has been an absolute disaster. They had the same blueprint. They said that Venezuela was going to be our blueprint for Iran. That, of course, did not turn out that way. I think that what we're seeing right now is Donald Trump absolutely being desperate, realizing that he does not have a lot of cards right now, and that the Iranians have actually had an incredible fight against the United States. I mean, we look at, for example, these military assets have been attacked. We've seen, for example, an F-35, first time in history that this has been attacked. We've seen Iran launch missiles over 4,000 kilometers away, hitting a United States base for the first time in history. None of this was expected from the Trump administration. So I think it's a complete opposite, to be honest. I think that it's Donald Trump desperately trying to find a solution to Pandora's box that he's opened and has no way to close.
Carla, do you want to jump in on that? Because what do you make of this absolute disaster that Cyrus says because of Israel? Because, you know, we don't forget that the US former counter-terrorism director Joe Kent made a similar claim when he resigned, saying that the US was dragged into this because of Israel. Is it an absolute disaster?
Well, so what Cyrus said, there are absolutely some points he's made that are valid. At the same time, I don't even want to give Joe Kent any airtime. He clearly wasn't up for the job and was getting very bad intel to say what he said while he was working for President Trump. But I will say President Trump did something that no U.S. president has ever done, even though they've been talking about it ever since the revolutionaries took our American hostages and held them for over a year. This was in 1979. I remember it. But then I was in the Bush White House toward the end of his term when I asked his head of national security, are you going to take out the nuclear enrichment that Iran is working on? They were already working on the bomb. And this is at the end of the Bush administration, George W. Bush. He said, no, we're going to leave it for the next guys. I have to say that was so disappointing to me because at that moment was a time that the Iranians the mullahs were vulnerable. Today, it's much harder. They have, you know, these mountains with buried everything, the trains, the rockets, the missiles. They're much more capable. So I'm actually grateful President Trump did what he did because they have been a menace, not just in the region, but in the world, right out of their embassies, the kill squads that they've had, the threats on people like President Trump or the fatwa, and then they tried to send assassination teams. This is all not normal. The world needs Iran to act like a normal country, take care of their people, put the water systems in place, and not fund terrorism with the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. All of these terrorist proxies that they've been funding over the decades has been like a cancer in the region and also in the world. So I'm proud that President Trump has done what he's done. I actually think the work has gone really fast, but I do think that this is much harder than we thought it was going to be. And this is going to be an inflection point. Does he say, okay, we removed the head of the snake, we're going to work with an interim government, much like he did in Venezuela, and leave? Or is he going to dig in and then we could really see some real consequences? There's no question, though, that we have to have the Strait of Hormuz reopened and have energy and goods, but especially energy flowing once more from the region.
I just want to add one more thing here. Cyrus, those are legitimate points, obviously, and political points must be very important, you know, within the domestic American politics. But the view in the region here is that this has been a historic effort by a U.S. administration. For the first time, a regime that fought externally, that fought inside other countries, that took the battle to, I don't know, Lebanon and other countries, and killed U.S. servicemen. For the first time, the war had been brought inside Iran, and the regime is finally is having to pay a price for what it has been doing for 47 years. So, and one more thing, very, very important. You have to understand also, this war after Feb 28 made the world realize two things: the region and the world. Number one, that Iran remains a malign actor in the region. The number of IRGC sleeper cells that were busted in Azerbaijan, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in the UAE, and also in Pakistan, by the way, the attack within the first 2 days of the war on the U.S. consulate in the city of Karachi was by a proxy of the IRGC. So the number of sleeper cells in the region was not a surprise, but, you know, everybody said, you know, wait a second, you know, we are supposed to be helping Iran, and we've been helping Iran, everybody, really, the GCC, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey. But what we get in return is these sleeper cells. And number two, and that's a key point, the choking of the Strait of Hormuz really has shown not just Israel, not just GCC, and not just the U.S., but, I don't know, 25 other countries of the world, 30 other countries of the world, that this regime is reckless. And something has to change in Iran.
They wouldn't have closed the strait if this war hadn't started in the first place.
That's not true. They've closed it before. No. They've closed it before.
I would disagree with that. I would just, yeah.
But they've been funding the Houthi rebels that have been attacking ships for decades now.
But the strait was open.
And they've been threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz since the 1980s. They've attacked oil installations of Kuwait throughout the 1980s. The oil tanker war. I think the one story that is missing from the global coverage of this war is what the IRGC did to oil tankers back in the 1980s. Let's not forget that one of the mega oil fields in the Gulf region, the Sheba oil field, which is in Saudi Arabia, which is close to the Emirati border, was attacked back in 2019 by an Iranian proxy, the Houthis. So the threat to the Strait of Hormuz, to the oil tankers, to the oil industry in the Gulf, has always been a blackmail card by the regime. It's nothing new.
Okay. Cyrus, you wanted to jump in there as well. What's your reply to that?
Well, I think it's very simple. I mean, when Donald Trump launched a war against Iran, you're going to have to expect a response. And we had the Trump administration admit that they did not think that Iran was going to be able to actually close that strait. They were able to do that. They didn't think that they would be able to attack other Gulf nations. Now, remember, they're attacking United States embassies. They're attacking military assets in the region. They're taking out the THAAD missile detecting systems, for example. Again, this has to be expected. You're not going to come up to somebody and punch them in the face and not expect them to punch back. I mean, I think it's absolutely makes common sense for that they're going to respond like this. And at the end of the day, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The only oil ships that are going through there are the ones that are paying in Chinese renminbi. And so that sends a huge signal to the world that Iran actually does have a lot of leverage in this. The fact that they are standing and that this conflict has gone on as long as it has gone on, despite the fact that the United States and Israel are both nuclear powers, despite the fact that the United States has obviously a much superior Navy and military force. But the other problem is we're looking at a different type of war that's being fought in 2026. We're looking at drone warfare. Right? So you cannot take a United States Navy ship, as great as our military fleet is, you can't go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. None of our naval assets are in that region because if it is, they're going to get attacked. You talk about bringing Marines to Karg Island and trying to take that over. I've talked to many CIA analysts and military strategists. There is no logistical way for these Marines to get on the ground in Iran. Where's the entry point? Where do they land? Where do they stage these men? How do you get vehicles, gas, food, water? And how do you have these men there? They're going to be sitting ducks over there. It's not going to be a smooth operation. There's no way that the Marines can go into that region because there's simply no place to land in Iran without them being attacked. And so it's a very different conflict than when we look back in the 2003 Iraq war, where the United States actually had a tremendous amount of preparation. We actually we had an entire public relations campaign convincing the United States citizens that this is in fact what the United States needed for the world. And the vast majority of Americans at that time supported that war. Most Americans are not happy about this war because this is the number one thing that Donald Trump promised that he would not do. I think he's been exposed that he has very little planning for what he's actually doing. And I don't see this as a positive thing for the United States. And I see us desperately trying to make a move and trying to announce a ceasefire, trying to do anything they can to end this conflict. But you have to remember, Donald Trump's going to say, look, we've bombed the living daylights out of Iran. We've won the war. Now we can go home. What has changed in Venezuela? Well, I mean, you talked about that we're working with a new one. We're not working with a new government in Venezuela. The vice president is now in charge. It's the same Maduro government that's in charge. There's literally zero change in Venezuela right now. We have never launched a successful air campaign. We have never launched a successful air campaign in United States history that has resulted in a successful regime change. Okay. Where has the United States achieved success in the Middle East? We spent 20 years and $2 trillion in Afghanistan to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Our track record in the Middle East is an absolute disaster.
Okay. Well, Carla, after almost 4 weeks, we've replaced Khamenei with a Khamenei in Iran.
Well, and we don't even know if he's living, but
but there certainly is no regime change.
Well, but Cyrus is incorrect that Venezuela was extremely successful we now have American companies investing in Venezuela. We have the energy coming to our panhandle to be refined, and we're selling it, and the Venezuelan people are benefiting. So that's to the good, that we're rebuilding their economy and that they are working with us. They are. I've seen many cabinet secretaries down there and our head of CIA, and I'm sure we have many other contractors working in Venezuela. We raised our flag. We have diplomatic relations once again in Venezuela. So Cyrus, you're incorrect. And if you're an American, I'm sorry that you're so negative about America. This is actually amazing to see American military and equipment in action and see how good it is. It makes all of our allies want to buy American and see how bad and how corrupt the Chinese equipment is, because it did not perform. The Chinese and Russian equipment failed. But as far as Iran goes, this is much tougher, and he knew it was going to be tougher. And we do have military planners that do have options that, like I said earlier, they give to the president. So they have options for all the different outcomes, and each day he's being briefed. This is a very big focus in the country, in the United States government, to get this right on behalf of the people of Iran, but especially the people of the United States, so that they're not under the threat of the Iranian regime. They've killed Americans. They've injured thousands of Americans, killed hundreds. And it's unacceptable, I think, to leave this. President Trump's a solution president. He sees a problem. He finds a solution. To not leave this regime in place, I think, is admirable. And I'm excited, actually, to see the opportunity that's going to come to the Iranian people. They want democracy. They want to be non-nuclear. There's a group, NCRI. They have a 10-point plan. They want equality of the sexes. They want to be able to vote for their leaders, like really have real elections, and have freedom of religion and many other good things. And for sure, no death penalty, because you see this regime killing teenagers, hanging teenagers every day. You can see the beautiful faces that these people are killing just because the young people and old want freedom. They want to be free of this terrible regime.
I want to make a couple of points here, very important. We need to be very clear about two things. Number one is that the war with Iran was going to happen at some point. This is a regime that has been inviting a war since 1980, and they finally have the war that they've called for every Friday sermon for the past 47 years. And let's not forget that this war that we're seeing right now is, if not directly, it's indirectly related to the war that Hamas, as a proxy of the Iranians, launched on October 7. So this was inevitable. And they launched a war in Gaza and supported by Hezbollah in Lebanon. And they were going to use the Syrian territory. They couldn't, obviously. And finally, the war now is now inside Iran. It reached Tehran for the first time in 47 years. So we need to be very clear about this point, that this is the war that the Iranian regime has been calling for in every Friday sermon for 47 years. So that's number one. And number two is, and just very quickly, this war is also very measured, by the way. We don't see anybody here in this region really talking about collapsing the Iranian state. Everybody wants this state to hold on. They just want a decapitation, or if through talks, maybe a change in the behavior of the regime.
All right, it's interesting because this leads us perfectly onto the next segment that I want to look at, because when we look, you say that this is the war that Iran's been calling for every Friday, but it finds itself in an interesting negotiating position now, because no matter how hard the US or Israel has tried, they have been unable to dismantle the leadership. It may be splintered into various silos of control. It may be under pressure, but it certainly hasn't collapsed. And what's more, it's managed to pull off two pretty major victories from its standpoint, in that it has been able to sow regional instability through relentless attacks in the Gulf region. But more importantly, it has a stranglehold on the vital Strait of Hormuz, giving it power over energy markets. So, Cyrus, Iran has proven itself a strong adversary, and you could argue that it holds some pretty strong cards now. is it going into these negotiations, if they do take place in Islamabad, in a stronger position than in the last round?
It's definitely in a very strong position, and the simple reality that we have to address here is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse, and to the comment earlier, if I'm American, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen, and I have no problem calling out Donald Trump because that's what a passionate American citizen does. That's our right. And I'm not going to sit here and praise Donald Trump that he's a solutions president. I've seen nothing but chaos in his term. I think he's one of the worst presidents in the United States history. And I know that you are bullish because you are loyal to the Republican Party, but I'm sorry, there's so many things that he has done in his presidency that has been unconstitutional and completely wrong. And the biggest thing is that our United States reputation across the globe is significantly lower today than it was a year ago under what Donald Trump has been doing. I've traveled around the world. I travel full time. I was in a conference in Europe just a few weeks ago, talking to many people from across Europe. Europeans and our neighbors in Canada, around the globe, look at what Donald Trump has been doing, attacking, threatening to take Greenland, starting these different wars, all of these different things, the ICE agents in the United States. I mean, there's been so many disasters for the Donald Trump administration that has honestly ruined the United States' reputation across the globe. So again, I go back to, if we're looking at these negotiations, to get back to the main point here, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. There's nothing that the United States and Israel can do to really open that up. We see NATO members saying, look, we don't want to get involved in this. This is not our war. Spain has come, look, we can't use our military bases to stage your equipment. Donald Trump says, great, we don't need you. We don't need you anymore. Then he complains the next day, hey, our NATO members they don't have our back. Why aren't you guys helping us? I thought we're the best. I thought we can open the Strait of Hormuz anytime we want. I thought we're going to send Navy vessels in there. I thought we were the superior military battle. But again, there is a tremendous amount of leverage from Iran. I think Iran has a lot of cards to play. Again, I'm just being a realist. I'm not being anti-American. I'm looking at the facts of the situation. I'm looking at what's on the ground. I conduct interviews every single day with CIA analysts and geopolitical insiders, many astounded professors. And this is the intel that I have been learning from all of these other people that I interview every day on our podcast. And this is the reality of what's happening on the ground.
Well, Melinda, if I could just
jump in, Carla. I know that will have really gotten under your skin.
Not under my skin. He's just so incorrect. So first of all, as an American, politics is supposed to stop at the water's edge, and we're supposed to support the U.S. president. We haven't seen this from Democrats during President Trump's term, unfortunately. And when you talk about European allies, they really prefer that the United States pay for their defense and that we shut up and don't ask them to do anything so that they can invest the taxpayer dollars in Europe, in the European countries, to this really generous social welfare programs. And Spain I don't think they're even paying 1% of their GDP. They are in arrears as a NATO ally. They are not delivering what NATO is asking. And NATO gives a report card to every country. And I am sure Spain is failing as a NATO ally. And there should be qualifications. So if you don't deliver what you're required to NATO, you should kind of be like, okay, no Article 5 for you. I really think that they should have to perform to be like, if you're a member of a club, if you don't pay your dues, you can't go in. That's just how it works. But as a matter of fact, President Trump is the peace president. He has done more to bring peace to the world than any U.S. president, maybe in the history of the country, certainly in my lifetime. Ronald Reagan was a great president for the United States, but President Trump has shown to be even stronger, where he's brought together an end between places like Armenia and Azerbaijan, where you can see them now beginning to work together on trade. It's very exciting to see what's happening in the region. But Iran has actually united the Middle East in a powerful way that I never anticipated, because they attacked civilian infrastructure, the people, not American bases in places like Oman and Qatar. That was not on my radar, that they would attack friends. So Iran has actually united the world against them, except for a few bad actors like China, which is making the Shahad missiles now for Iran. So you can see that disruptors or bad actors in the world are cooperating in ways that are not so good for the people of the world or their own citizens.
Cyrus, do you want to jump in and respond to what Carla said?
I just think it's remarkable to call a man that launched in multiple wars and is threatening, our NATO member Denmark with taking over Greenland. We've threatened the sovereignty of Canada, and all of a sudden Donald Trump's the peace president. Give me a break. He didn't negotiate anything between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I mean, I was in Azerbaijan last year. I mean, he did nothing with that. I mean, look at the whole board of peace. That's who Donald Trump has summoned as the new United Nations. There's no significant country has joined that, right? China's out.
Cyrus,
the entire European Union's out.
Yeah, Cyrus, you're not correct. The Board of Peace is actually part of the UN. It's under the UN umbrella. The UN has failed its mission set. The UN was created to bring peace, to stop wars. But now the worst actors, are in charge of so many important roles at the UN. And China has a leadership role in more of the positions of leadership than even the U.S., in spite of the fact they don't spend much money supporting the UN. So we are getting Xi Jinping thought, Chinese thought, in even the UN documents and rules. Mm-hmm. But I just have to say,
that's an exaggeration. We're not getting Xi Jinping thought into the UN documents. That's an exaggeration, and I think we should. And I think
it's not an exaggeration. Don't speak over me, Cyrus. That's rude. Anyway, the speeches do have socialism with Chinese characteristics in the speeches. I can hear the Xi thought when I was at UNGA last year.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to bring us back onto topic. I'm just going to interrupt there just because I know we're shortly going to run out of time. So I'm just going to move us back. I want to pull you in here, Ahmed, because I want to ask about Pakistan as a mediator here. Is Pakistan a viable and a strong mediator in this particular negotiation?
Before I directly answer that question, Melinda, I just want to say something about the strong cards that the regime has getting into these talks, if they happen this week. And the strongest card really is not, I mean, it appears to be the Strait of Hormuz, but it's really not that. It is not. I don't think it is. I think the strongest card that the Iranians have right now is their very clear understanding that no country in the region would like to see a failed state in Iran, and thus these countries will stop the United States and Israel from completely destroying the Iranian state if nothing else works. So if nothing else is working right now and the war is prolonging, it is only prolonging because the American-Israeli campaign is aimed at weakening the regime, not weakening the state itself. That, I would assume, would be the last option for the, whoever is running the war in both Israel and the United States. And no country, no neighbor of Iran really wants to see a failed state that would be a pain for everybody, for the next, 20 years, a civil war and whatnot. So the Iranians know that. They come to these talks to Islamabad in Pakistan knowing that the neighbors will stop the U.S. and Israel from collapsing, from using more force than that has been already used right now in Iran. So that's a very strong card that the Iranians have. Mm-hmm. The understanding that, yes, they killed a few of our leaders, they've hit our military infrastructure, but they will not do to us what was done to Afghanistan and to Iraq. And unless that threshold is crossed and we have, I don't know, maybe President Trump, by bringing in the Marines to the region, is trying to maybe, give that very signal to the Iranians. Unless that happens, of course, the Iranians are very comfortable. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan and Iran have had a very troublesome relationship for the past 47 years, since 1979. If you recall, in January 2024, the IRGC actually fired missiles inside Pakistan, Iraq, and Syria, claiming to hit Mossad outposts. And of course, Pakistan was the only one of the three, the other two, of course, being Iraq and Syria. Pakistan sent actually fighter jets inside Iran, and for the first time. And these two countries before 1979 used to be very close allies, obviously both very close partners also of the U.S. So it is also the only country, by the way, Pakistan right now, who's a partner of the U.S. but has not been hit by the Iranians. Everyone else has been. Azerbaijan, Turkey, the GCC states. Pakistan is the only one that has not been. So that gives a bit of a leverage. Pakistan historically has been trying to sort of help. It's not new, by the way. A lot of people might be surprised to see that Pakistan might become the venue for these talks. But actually, for the past 20 or 25 years, Pakistan has been actually very quietly trying to convince the Iranians to give some sort of concessions on their nuclear program, their ballistic missile program. And by the way, Pakistan is also one of the countries that is a victim of the proxy network of the Iranian. So the Pakistanis have a lot at stake, really, in these talks. Iran has been a tough adversary for the Pakistanis on two other fronts. In Afghanistan, Iran and Pakistan have always been on opposite sides in Afghanistan. And also, when it comes to Pakistan's relationship with India, Iran has a very, very good relationship with India. And India is a good partner, but only when it comes to Afghanistan and Pakistan. So a lot at stake, really, here for the Pakistanis.
And I just have to interject. President Trump has no interest in creating the situation that was created in Iraq. He does not want to see the collapse of a country and civil war. He's always talked about that's the worst thing. Well, the worst thing after nuclear war. He definitely doesn't want Iran, because they are so suicidal, to have the nuclear bomb. And he said they never will, and he will prevent it. And I think that the Gulf states agree with this stance.
It's an interesting point that you both make, and it feeds on into this final segment that we have, because we've probably got about 10 or so minutes left. The US isn't Iran's only adversary in this current conflict. Israel says it will continue to strike Iran regardless of President Trump's 5-day reprieve. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also said that for Israel, the war will not be over until the Israeli military has achieved its goals. So, Cyrus, I want to ask you, harking back to what Ahmed said, he said that no one wants to see a failed Iranian state. Do you agree with that? Because could it be argued that Israel does?
I think it's very clear that Israel, under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu, certainly would love to see a failed state, because, I mean, there's no doubt that this is a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has been asking for over 30 years. There's clips that we can go back. He has constantly said this line that, Iran is very close to establishing a nuclear bomb. We've literally heard this for 30 years. Every couple of years, he's always talking about this. We had Tulsi Gabbard testify to Congress that last year that Iran was not developing a nuclear bomb. We had Joe Kent resign, simply saying that, again, Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States of America. I mean, I'm a United States citizen living in the United States. Iran has no threat to us. They're not going to develop a nuclear bomb. That was not their intentions. This was testified by Tulsi Gabbard. But of course, this is not what the Trump administration wants you to believe. And we've seen this flip-flopping coming back and forth from the Trump administration. I mean, again, I think that Israel, we have seen already in this conflict that Israel is not going to always listen to the United States. And a lot of times Donald Trump has to try his best to rein down Netanyahu in. But we saw that with the obliteration of Gaza. I mean, Israel went above and beyond in having a response to October 7th. I mean, they've committed a genocide and have absolutely pummeled tremendous amount of civilian lives, innocent civilian lives in Gaza. There's no question about this. You can talk to many experts about this. And so I think that it's going to be very difficult to control Israel, because even our ambassador, Mike Huckabee, has come out and said that in his mind, Israel should control the entire region of the Middle East. This is a quote from our U.S. ambassador. So again, this kind of gives you an insight into what Israel does. I definitely would agree that Donald Trump doesn't want to see a failed state. I would agree with that statement. I think I can definitely agree with that. But the X factor here that's going to be very difficult to control is certainly going to be Netanyahu, because he has proven that he is not always going to listen to Donald Trump. And he's also proven that he will enjoy continuing this military efforts. And I think absolutely he would like to see a failed state. He would like to obliterate Iran if he could.
Cyrus, can you say something here? You know, I completely understand what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. But, you know, I was just comparing the only country that Iran actually fought a war with and killed a large number of soldiers of that country is Iraq. You know, the 1980s Iran-Iraq war. But the only other country whose large number of soldiers were killed by the regime and its proxies without declaring war on that country is the U.S., the United States, and the U.S. military. And as a matter of fact, the regime began its reign in 1981 or 1982 by killing, I don't know, close to 300 American soldiers in Lebanon. This is not counting, by the way, the American soldiers who were indirectly killed by the proxies of the regime in two other countries, Afghanistan and Iraq. And I did, this is not the place, of course, to discuss that, but I did a deep research, really, a deep dive into the number of soldiers that were killed and how the Iranians actually engineered the murder of American soldiers. So it's surprising that a country could kill the soldiers of another country in such large numbers. I would say it runs into hundreds, crosses 1,000, definitely, maybe close to 2,000, maybe more. I don't know. The Pentagon would know better. But it's surprising that this number of soldiers, country A could kill soldiers of country B without declaring war. So I completely understand what you're saying. You know, it may not be a threat to the U.S., you know, the U.S. being so far away from this region. But it is the U.S. actually that suffered the largest number of casualties due to actions of Iran without a declaration of direct war between these two countries. Surprising. I'm just food for thought.
Cyrus, do you want to respond to that?
I think we have to also just look at what the United States has done over the last 25 years in the Middle East. I mean, yes, I understand that American soldiers have been killed, but also, you know, it's been, you know, we've been responsible for the deaths of over 1 million people in the Middle East through all of these wars over the last 25 years. Again, this is a testified document. I mean, this has been, many studies have gone on, you know, through our chaos in the region. And again, I'm not very bullish on America achieving its success in the Middle East because we simply haven't done that. When you look at the countries that we've gone into in these regions, they are not in a better position today than they were before. And unfortunately, I'm not very bullish on this because, you know, look at Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz yesterday said, look, in the next 6 months, we're going to have a new government in Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. It's going to be amazing for the world. Now, on paper, yeah, that would be amazing. But what gives us the confidence that we are going to get 3 regime changes in these 3 countries in the next 6 months when we have yet to achieve one anywhere? We've had no regime change that has been successful in these different places. You know, again, we had earlier or later on the panel.
Syria,
you know,
I would say Syria is an exception. Went very well, actually. Syria went very, very well. The state did not collapse. There was a decapitation. The state remained the same. There was no civil war. And it's doing really very well. And it's integrating within the region. It's even talking to
It did
Israel.
take 14 years to get there, though. I'm just going to interrupt that because we are getting close to being out of time. So I'm going to bring Carla back in here because I want your take on the initial question we were discussing, whether Israel does want a failed state, because we had comments from Tal Ornan. He's a former Israeli intelligence officer. He said on Israel's Channel 14 that a conventional military action alone would be insufficient to subdue Iran's regime. He said there are only 2 options: a full-scale invasion like D-Day, or use non-conventional weapons like the nuclear option. Doesn't that sound like Israel, at the very least, wants a failed state in Iran?
Well, it's a good thing that he's not the head of Israel, first of all. But just shame on Cyrus for not even acknowledging that this brutal regime, this Iranian regime that killed between 30 and 40,000 of their own amazing citizens just in the past month and a half because they wanted freedom, would not mention that this regime from the podium and the pulpit have been saying death to America every single day officially.
Okay, circle back to the question though, Carla, because we're almost out of time.
Sure. So I do believe that Israel wants regime change. They've stated it. That reporter isn't the head of state. Good. But I do believe that Netanyahu is looking toward regime change. But I do also think that President Trump will rein him in if he's not doing what's right for the Iranian people and the world, because we all have our own objectives. President Trump is going to put the needs of the American people first and our well-being. And that doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, lead to regime change. It leads to a change in the behavior of Iran, much like we see in Venezuela. And he is going, I believe, to get it done.
Carla, though, is having a former Israeli intelligence officer putting the nuclear option on the table, how dangerous is that? And is that counterproductive to the US's negotiations at the moment?
It's extremely dangerous, but I will also say this. When you're negotiating and when you're in a hot war, you may not want to take anything off the table. But you're right. Mutually assured destruction is not on the table. President Trump has been crystal clear that he will prevent a nuclear war with whatever country. But I don't put it past this brutal regime in Iran to do unsettling things, because it does seem that they're psychotic. They want the end times for their own agenda, unfortunately, because of their religious beliefs.
Mm-hmm. We've got a couple of minutes left. So, Cyrus, let me put that to you. How dangerous, how counterproductive is a former intelligence officer from Israel putting the nuclear option on the table?
I think it's extremely dangerous, and shame on Carla for even saying in a hot war you don't want to take all options off the table. A nuclear war would be the end. It would be an absolute disaster for the world. I think we have to do absolutely everything in its power. Now, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to launch a nuclear war or certainly authorize that. But again, I have a lot of speculation towards Benjamin Netanyahu, because he has proven that he does not listen to Donald Trump oftentimes. We've seen this in the war in Gaza, the absolute annihilation that was going on there. We've seen him even in this Iran conflict where President Trump said, hey, you're not allowed to hit this energy site. Israel hit it anyways. And then now we had to go back, hey, you're not allowed to do that. You need to listen to us. And Netanyahu came out and said, look, we acted without approval from the United States. Mm-hmm. So am I hopeful? I mean, again, I agree. I think that Donald Trump is definitely going to avoid a nuclear fallout here, because that would be an absolute disaster for the entire globe. We can never get to that option. And in my opinion, there is no option for nuclear under any circumstance. There just absolutely has to be avoided. But I worry. I definitely worry. I think that Israel, as a nuclear state, definitely has that option. And for them, it absolutely is on the table. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that all of us should be concerned with.
Okay, a very brief final word from you. Ahmed, how counterproductive to negotiations are those comments about nuclear options?
Say he was not alluding to a nuclear war, really, but there has been a lot of war gaming in the region, and we've been hearing this. I've been hearing this about tactical weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, which are very localized, and several countries
does that make them any better?
Well, it doesn't make it any better, but let's be very honest. A nuclear Iranian regime is not going to happen for many of the countries in the region and outside the region. So if it goes to that point, that if the regime gets its hands on the enriched uranium and puts together some sort of a device, that's really, it's going to be bad for everybody. And I'm sure there would be not just one, but more than one country that would try to stop it any way possible. Unfortunately, that's the way things are.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, because I'd love to continue this discussion. It has been illuminating, and we appreciate having all your perspectives here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time. Ahmed Qureshi, national security journalist; Carla Sands, former ambassador and vice president at the America First Policy Institute; and Cyrus Jansen, political analyst and YouTube host. To all of you, thank you for your expertise.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Houthis and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are the top stories. President Trump threatens to destroy Iran's oil wells and power plants if it doesn't agree to end the war. Israeli military launches strikes targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah in Beirut and weapon production sites in Tehran. And global oil prices rise to $116 a barrel as Australia halves its fuel tax. President Trump threatens to destroy Iran's oil export hub, Karg Island, and its oil wells and power plants if it doesn't agree to a deal to end the war. Posting on Truth Social, he said great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Karg Island, which we have purposefully not yet touched. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and broadcaster Jono Hayes. Rawia and Jono, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Rawia, I want to start with you because obviously we got this Truth Social statement from President Donald Trump. Now, the big question is, could he follow through with his latest threat?
Well, I think it is classic Donald Trump messaging and signaling, maximalist threats, strategic ambiguity, and then also exerting coercive pressure. But let's recap what happened in the past just a few days, maybe just a week ago. On the 21st, because President Trump obviously keeps updating his threats, updating his ultimatums, and he's done that quite a few times in the past few days, or the past week at least. On the 21st of March, he said that he will obliterate various power plants in Iran, starting with the biggest ones, if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours. On the 23rd of March, just 2 days after, he said that the two countries, Iran and the United States, are engaging in very, very good, productive conversations, and that's why he said that he's going to hold off targeting these power plants for 5 days. And then on the 26th of March, he extended holding those attacks off for 10 days, additional 5 days. And today, we hear more threats, more ultimatums, which is typical President Donald Trump. Now, will he actually follow through on them? Technically and militarily, he can, yes, at least this will be the answer. Militarily, obviously, the United States has the capability to strike Iran's energy infrastructure. It has the capability of disrupting the oil exports, the Iranian oil exports via precision strikes. But politically and strategically, it is much more complicated, and it carries very, very high risks. We're talking about that would be a major escalation that is going to be quite hard to come back from. There will be further economic shocks. There will be retaliations by the Iranians. We're talking about more targeting of American regional bases, more targeting to the regional countries, the Gulf states, if that happens, that is quite expected, and obviously more targeting for shipping. So I think following through on these threats by Donald Trump is strategically risky. I think he is aware of this, and he's using this as, to leverage pressure, especially if, on the negotiating table, especially if it is true, because we don't know much information about whether there is or there isn't, negotiations. Maybe Jonah will explain to us in a minute.
And it's really interesting because, Jonna, we're going to get onto the negotiations right now. President Trump also claimed the US is talking with the new, more reasonable regime in that Truth Social post. We also heard from Caroline Leavitt from the White House, and she says anything Iran says to us privately will be tested. She also says talks are continuing. They're also going well. What is said publicly is different from what is said to us in private. So we're hearing two different things. We're hearing the White House quite a positive narrative on these talks that are happening, but Iran denying them.
Well, look, I guess you now have to question who do you actually trust or who do you believe here? And in my honest opinion, the answer is right now, neither side, at face value at least, because both are saying this, but to very, very different audiences. So from the US's point of view, you've got President Trump. He's trying to project this momentum that we're hearing all about. And even when he's giving those speeches on Air Force One, where the idea that negotiations are in progress, Iran is softening somewhat. A deal could be very, very close. So that's, I guess, politically very important. And domestically, internationally, he needs it to frame the US as being in control of the situation, which is what this administration loves to do, look like they know exactly what's going on and that they're on top of this. So if you look at it from Iran's response and their perspective, it's almost completely the opposite. They've said, publicly at least, they've rejected proposals. They've said they're unrealistic. They've said, look, we are not in direct talks right now, only direct messages that are through intermediaries. And they say they don't actually want to be seen as conceding in negotiations under pressure, because that's not how Iran operates. Now, particularly given the internal political dynamics that there are with Iran as well. So the idea is that new regime that we're hearing about, where that makes it even more unclear, in my opinion. Yes, we know there's new leadership. There's been a transition after Ali Khamenei. But structurally speaking, the Iran that was there when this war started hasn't actually fundamentally changed. So not an obvious, like, this is new, this is more reasonable. That's not what we're hearing. The group is actually, whether it's more of a narrative that's been pushed by Washington rather than a reflection of reality on the ground. And then, of course, we're hearing from the third party who's here as well, which is Netanyahu, and his stance from a military point of view says that it's pressure
that's going to create this leverage for any deal, and then diplomacy will be afterwards. So what we're seeing is diplomacy is happening. Yes, it's really very indirect and through Pakistan, we know that. It's very fragile in a way. Both sides are somewhat shaping their story differently for the narrative that they want to spin on home turf. The US is emphasising the progress. Iran is emphasising the resistance. The truth is probably, I guess, somewhere in the middle. And the way I've kind of dealt with this in the last 2 days is take each with a pinch of salt, and you end up with something that symbolises what it actually could be. Conversations are happening, yes, for sure. But we are a very long way from a clear, agreed deal. And in the mention of Carg Island in the last hour, couple of hours, and the taking of oil as well, but at the same time saying that we've almost reached something in terms of an agreement. Two very different stories.
And it's also fascinating because the White House was pressed in that conference today on how long this is going to last for. And they said 4 to 6 week timeline for Iran war remains. And Iran has agreed to some of the US points in private talks. And Trump wants to see a deal before April the 6th deadline. So the US still pushing for that epic fury 4 to 6 week timeline, and we're already 1 month into it. But Rawiya, let's talk a little bit about Carg Island, because this has been a really big conversation going on. We know there's a military build-up in the Middle East. Over the weekend, 2,500 Marines arrived in the region. We also know paratroopers have arrived in the region. But a lot of people are saying taking Carg Island is going to be really difficult for the US, but to hold Carg Island will be even more strategically difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, theoretically, it's possible that the president would decide to take Carg Island. But I think it's very, very high risk. And at the same time, it is unlikely scenario. Again, he's using it as pressure, as leverage on the Iranians. Why Carg? Because 90% of Iran's oil is exported through that island. So it is very important. Yet if we speak realistically, it is very hard, militarily difficult, to not just, they could probably do some, perform some limited military operations on the island, but occupying it completely is difficult because we're talking about it is a very heavily defended, island by the Iranian forces. It's also surrounded by mines, by missiles. It's reachable. It's within shooting range from the mainland of Iran. So, even if occupying it is possible, holding it, as you said, Leigh Ann, is very, very difficult because the Americans have to prepare for constant counterattacks by the Iranians. As I said, it is within shooting range. It's very, very close to the mainland in Iran. And also, it will be a major, major escalation because I think Iran is going to retaliate even with more force regionally. That could trigger even a wider war. And I think even, reasonable people within the American administration maybe are, warning against it or at least, raising concerns about it. Having said that, the U.S. is theoretically preparing for it because, as you said, troops, including airbornes and Marines, are being positioned. They've arrived in the area, and the Pentagon is actually preparing options for targeted ground operations or raids. But I think it would be most likely limited operations that have specific objectives, not a full occupation of the island.
And I think one of the big concerns there will be the economic shock if Carg Island is taken. We're already seeing oil trading at $116 a barrel. At some point today, it's pared some of that gain. But it's really interesting because could oil reach $200 if that does happen? This is the big conversation. And what does that mean for the global economic system that we're seeing really suffer under this current crisis that's unfolding in the Middle East? But stay right there now as we move on to another story. And the Israeli military says it's launched a wave of strikes in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. It also says it struck dozens of weapon production sites, including a long-range surface-to-air missiles manufacturing line in Iran's capital, Tehran. Israel's parliament has also passed an annual budget that ensures Benjamin Netanyahu does avoid early elections. Jono, this is so interesting because Netanyahu, I heard that all the reports were saying that budget went all night. They eventually reached a resolution. So he can still call early elections technically if he wants to, but this gives him a little bit of breathing room, right? So is he likely to call early elections?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be especially likely in the immediate term, Leigh Ann, but that's because this passage, like you mentioned there, the budget gives him kind of what he needs most right now, and that's, like you rightly said, a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room. If the budget had failed before the deadline, so Israel would have then been pushed towards an early election pretty much automatically. So simply getting this over the line is actually a big win for Netanyahu and for the party as well. It somewhat stabilises his otherwise very unstable government. It keeps the coalition intact for now at least. And that means he can continue the war without the added pressure of an imminent campaign, because that's the last thing that Netanyahu needs on his doorstep right now. It doesn't mean he's politically secure. In fact, far from it. I would say from a polling point of view and even public sentiment, it's been very difficult for Netanyahu for quite some time. We know that from the feeling on the ground. And let's be honest, this budget, getting it pushed through, is totally self-serving from Benjamin Netanyahu's point of view, especially because if you look at where the money was going to on this, and you're looking at, this is what I'm referring to, the ultra-Orthodox communities. At a time when Israel is in a wartime crisis and facing massive wartime costs. I mean, yes, technically he still can call an election if he thinks the timing suits him, but practically speaking, you'd only do that if you believe a couple of things. And the first thing is if you believe the battlefield is won, and effectively I think it's not at the moment from his point of view, from Israel's point of view. The economy would be stable, and we know that it's not. The public mood is moving in your direction and your party will rally around you. And at the moment, all of those things are really, they're variable quite a lot. They're fractioning up and down. So my sense is that it's less of preparing to go to vote and more about avoiding being forced into a vote right now, because he's bought himself this time. Time, as we know, in politics at least, is power. So he can try and shape the events. He can see how this conflict develops over the next weeks, months, who knows, and whether the security concerns rally support around him. Then, I think, and only then, he can decide if an election is going to be of advantage to him. But right now, he's surviving. That's the priority. And on that front, getting the budget through was the significant step that we saw from Israel today.
Yes, of course, and Israel is facing this war on two theatres. We see Lebanon and also Iran, and they also having to counter those attacks that are hitting Israel at the moment. So Israel's defending itself as well as being involved in attacks. But Ralia, something that has really come to light and a lot of people have been talking about is we've seen the Houthis join the fight, and that was over the weekend. They've actually fired missiles towards Israel. So the big question is here, we know this war is widening, but now that the Houthis join, it adds a whole nother element to what we're seeing in the region.
Well, it does in a way, but we have to remember that this has been a multi-front war since the beginning. Let's also not forget, I mean, this is quite expected. Let's not forget that the Houthis are part of Iran's proxies. They are part of the network of Iran-aligned groups in the region. And like Hezbollah, like other factions in Syria and in Iraq. And usually these, part of this let's say, alignment is when one of them escalates, the other's support. But it is quite expected. Having said that, I think their participation is quite symbolic. So far, it has not sort of touched the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, which is very, very important. It's another choke point, just like the Strait of Hormuz. It's the entrance point from the Indian Ocean onto the Red Sea, onto the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal. 12% of the world global trade passes through that strait. including, of course, oil. So that strait, if the Houthis decide to escalate, maybe further down the line, and they actually close that strait, then this is a real escalation. So far, the strait is open. The flow of vessels is quite normal. And, I think the strikes that the Houthis have fired on, the missile strikes on Israel are relatively symbolic so far.
And Jolo, something else that was brought up in that White House press conference that was actually what Caroline Leavitt said. She said she didn't want to jump ahead of what President Trump was thinking. But Trump is apparently interested in calling on Arab states to help pay for the Iran war. And this is something that the White House is thinking of.
Now, we've heard echoes of this in the past as well. And the momentum coming back from this, not from a political point of view, but certainly from the mood music from people, is saying, well, hold on a second, we didn't start this war. Now, I mean, to say he's interested in helping fund the war with Iran, it's not a formal plan yet, like you said, but the officials are referring back to something that happened like in 1990, 1991, where Gulf states helped cover the costs on this as well. Thinking about it then, I guess, very different than what we're dealing with now. But taking that alongside with the talks which are currently taking place, is it a benefit to the region? Why should the region pay for something that wasn't the war that they got dragged into in the first place? The US is doing the military lifting heavy, at least, and the Gulf states are the ones who are most directly affected by it. So therefore, people are saying that you should share the financial burden of this. But I think it's a big ask to come to Gulf states to now say, reality check, we need you guys to help out with this here. Gulf states, of which I am currently residing in one, didn't ask for this war. And they face more direct targets than anywhere else at all. And again, there's no guarantee. There's no negotiating position or a pressure tactic that says Gulf states do have to come into this and fund this war as well. I think the next couple of weeks, it's early stage thinking. It's not a deal by any stretch of the imagination, nor is it on the table. It is very, very early, and it's been floated more than anything else. Politically, very risky. And hard to pull off, even if it's economically possible for the Gulf states to do that. So I think it will be a let it play out and see. But for now, I think they will continue. Gulf states will continue to allow the US and Israel do the heavy lifting in this, as it should be. As I've said before, this is not a Gulf state war. We've just been dragged into it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And oil prices around the world have risen to $160 a barrel as the global energy crisis caused by the conflict in the Middle East does continue. Asian stock markets also fell as Japan's Nikkei plunged to 2.8%. Meanwhile, Australia's Prime Minister has announced 50% cuts to fuel tax and also asked for clarity from President Trump amid the ongoing crisis. Take a listen.
I want to see more certainty in what the objectives of the war are, and I want to see a de-escalation. I have nothing but contempt for the Iranian regime. The beginning of the conflict, the objectives were outlined as one, stopping Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Secondly, degrading the opportunity that Iran has for engaging in military action, either overt or through its proxies in Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthis. The third was regime change.
So, Rawiya, I just want to start with you on this conversation because obviously Anthony Albanese there, he's calling for clarity from President Donald Trump. We also know Australia has halved fuel tax because of the incoming crisis and the concerns that that could cost the Australian people. And also we're hearing from the International Monetary Fund. They've been speaking today saying the war in the Middle East has caused a global shock to economies around the world. What do you make of the fact that the Australian Prime Minister has called for Donald Trump to tell them? Does he owe any of the world leaders an explanation right now in the middle of war?
Well, I mean, we're talking about President Trump. I don't think he feels that he owes anybody anything. But Let's talk from a political and diplomatic point of view. One would argue that yes, obviously, he owes them some clarity because this war is affecting the entire globe, the entire world, through oil prices. It's not a regional war. Having said that, it's quite understandable and expected that these leaders, they need clarity. Because obviously the goals of the war have been shifting and expanding over time. This definitely creates a lot of uncertainty regarding the end game, the timeline, and also the escalation risks. And also because they need some clarity because the messaging from President Trump has been extremely inconsistent. Let's not forget that countries like Australia, Europe, even the Gulf states are considered partners of the United States. And that's, I suppose they would be expecting in that capacity that they, that they would get some clarity because they need, partners, they align policies usually, or also because there's an escalation risk. So therefore, unclear goals would give that that vibe of uncertainty, whether it be regionally, militarily, or even economically and globally. Let's not forget that the oil prices depend on expectations, and lack of clarity obviously affects those expectations, pushing up the prices of oil. Having said that, during the time of war, usually, lack of clarity is usually by design or at least intentional. It could be in this case. One would argue that this unclarity serves the battle. But at the same time, I can imagine and understand that how world leaders, especially of countries that consider themselves partners of the United States, definitely need more certainty and clarity regarding this war.
And Jono, it's actually been a fascinating time when it comes to how economies are reacting to this. We have seen in Sri Lanka, they've raised electricity prices by 40%. G7 countries have met to try to stem and put measures in place because of this crisis that is unfolding before them. We've also got the UK Defence Minister, John Healey. He's actually in the Middle East today. And the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is addressing business leaders. So it seems that lots of countries around the world are gathering to try and come up with a solution. What's been going on there?
Well, look, I've seen even in the last couple of days some clips on social media of people who have been asked to point out where on the map is the Strait of Hormuz, and 9 out of 10 of them have no idea where it was. And I think certainly 1 month ago, it would have been less than any 1 out of 10 would have known what the Strait of Hormuz is. And just how important it is has really come to fruition in the last couple of weeks. Now, as you mentioned, Leigh Ann, from the UK, that government is trying to figure out how to manage things on 2 fronts, which is difficult. Security is the front from overseas, and economic is the front from back at home. So on that overseas side, and Defence Secretary John Healey, who's in the Middle East at the moment, he's speaking with Gulf allies about defensive support and what Britain can offer right now if it coordinates with its partners in the region, which again, and I said this last week, a little bit too late coming to the party now because a lot of the work has been started and has kind of been done, and it's kind of like what Donald Trump said, we don't necessarily need you guys now. London is deeply concerned, and rightly so, because it's not about the military situation itself, it's how quickly this conflict actually spilt across the Gulf and then subsequently across the entire globe, and the economic repercussions are being felt far and wide. And like you rightly said, Sri Lanka, Thailand, we're seeing flights being cancelled in Asian countries because there is no fuel. So back on the home front, from the UK's point of view, Keir Starmer, he's there trying to focus on that domestic fallout. He's been meeting with business leaders, energy, shipping, financial, that kind of stuff. The Strait of Hormuz is so important for oil and for other goods as well. And if that remains disrupted to the point where it is right now, this very quickly stops just being a foreign policy story. Then for the UK, it becomes something that hits where it hurts. Household bills, inflation, supply chain in Britain as well. And we'd mentioned before the show, you saw over the weekend and some of the weekend politics shows of politicians saying, don't panic, don't stock buy, you don't need to do that. But the real concern is that within the next couple of weeks, if the strait is not opened, supply may be an issue, because you're talking about an extra 4 to 5 weeks if they have to travel down by South Africa to travel to the UK. So Starmer's message right now is to understand the risk, to try and figure out what do we need to keep business informed about, what would be the knock-on effects if things get worse right now. And then that political dimension to it as well. The UK government is trying to project this calm, this competent, this preparedness element that they always try and do. They're being very British about it. That's the only way I can describe it. So there's a ministerial outreach, which you mentioned right now is happening in the Gulf states, in Saudi Arabia. The emergency COBRA planning meetings are happening. Military coordination with concerned departments are happening. And then there's business engagement that's happening all at once. So the government believes that this is not a distant crisis, which I think is what we all bought into this, thinking it's going to be 3 or 4 days. Now they need a real strategy. They need a real economic consequences, preparedness measures for the UK. So I think the trip and the meeting, the whole lot combined, is telling the same basic response. The UK wants to reassure the allies abroad, which it didn't do at the start of this. It wants to reassure the markets back at home, which again it didn't do, and reassure the public at home, which it didn't think it needed to do at the start of this conflict.
Yeah, it's really interesting because over the weekend on the Sunday politics shows in the UK, they were saying don't panic buy, don't go to the shops, there's enough stock to keep on going, and don't go to the petrol stations because there's enough petrol for the meantime. But they are watching the situation closely. And I guess the UK's problem is maybe the more they have to pay for fuel, inflation goes up, and then that, of course, affects the mortgage prices and everything that you buy from the shop. So a really tricky situation, as Jono and Raul, you said, for most governments across the world as they try to come to terms with what's happening. But stay right there as we move on to another story. And we're going to have a bit of a change here. Should VAR be scrapped? More than 3/4 of Premier League fans certainly think so after a recent Football Supporters Association survey. The majority of fans believe the video assistant referee has a detrimental effect on the game, and they feel annoyed by the reduced spontaneity. So, Jono, we've had a bit of a gear shift there, so let's talk a little bit about VAR. Tell us more about the survey that happened and what the findings were.
Taking me firmly out of my comfort zone with this one, but yeah, I mean,
me too.
They're striking. Look, VAR has lost the confidence of supporters, but we're not talking about people who are at home supporting from the sofa. This is people who are in pitches. And the supporters, the Football Supporters Association, asked 8,000 Premier League fans, and 3/4 says, no, I don't like VAR, I hate it. So what's telling about this is its criticism on, it's not one or two issues, there's a few here. The entire match day experience has been affected by VAR. So what currently happens is VAR is making football less enjoyable, less spontaneous, less emotional, more than anything else. Because when you're at a game, you have that natural rhythm of football, supporters celebrate a goal. Now what you have to do is you celebrate the goal, but you celebrate a little bit. Then you wait, you second guess whether they're allowed to even have that moment of joy. And then there's a couple of minutes where they look through the footage, and then there's an instant release that is missing because normally it would go, boom, ball's in the back of the net, goal, everyone cheers. We don't get that now because we've got to wait for VAR to make up its mind, which for somebody sitting at home, it's fine because they'll fill it with fluff. They'll look back at some of the highlights. They'll look back at the goal again. For fans in the stadium, they have to sit in almost silence while they wait for VAR decisions to be made. And people are getting annoyed about the delays, the lack of clarity that's in the stadium, and the feeling that this is built for a TV audience and for viewers more than somebody who's actually paid good money to be on the ground. So it's interesting because I guess it means fans aren't against technology. They didn't say that at all. They said, yes, technology has a place in football, but can somebody make VAR a bit more instantaneous, which realistically I guess is where it probably should be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I find it fascinating too because most sports have VAR now. If you watch the big talk rugby matches, tennis, everything has VAR now. Not even linesmen in most sports anymore because VAR is so effective. And sport is worth so much money. Advertisers, you've got to get it right. But Rauya, you know, we hear the fans and the supporters complaining about VAR because they're probably sitting in a cold stadium waiting for the results. But is a ban likely? Because we're going to see even more VAR coming up in the World Cup that we're going to see. Once again, big money involved in that with advertisers.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going anywhere. The VAR is here to stay, regardless of all the complaints and the criticism of football fans. One of them is my son, by the way, who's a diehard football fan, a diehard Arsenal fan. I think he chose to study in the UK, specifically in London, so he'd be able to go to the Emirates Stadium and watch all the games. And he keeps telling me that the VAR is a buzzkill, that's for sure. It kills the joy of watching the game in the stadium itself. The waiting, the wasted time until the result comes out is very frustrating for fans. But I think it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay as long as the Champions League uses it, as long as the FIFA mandates it. And we're going to see an expansion of its use during the World Cup that's coming up in a few months. I think that maybe, regardless of all the criticisms, maybe there will be some tweaks here and there, but it's definitely, the VAR is here to stay.
I always wonder, you remember there was that famous goal, the hand of God it was called. I think it was Maradona. Yeah. I don't know, maybe someone could tell me from that. But I wonder if VAR, if that was then, would have that been a goal? Because that's
what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They're now saying a lot of these iconic moments that we remember from football would never have actually happened because VAR would have taken that out of the equation, and also a lot of penalties wouldn't have been awarded. There's a whole lot of things that it takes away from that spontaneity. And although we're adding this element of it's rigid now and it's VAR and we know exactly what we're getting. They're just saying, can it not be a little bit quicker? Like ChatGPT can turn around and do an essay for me in less than 30 seconds. Surely VAR can say the ball is in, the ball is not in, instantaneously. It just makes sense.
Jono, I hope you don't use ChatGPT as a journalist, just putting that out there. But anyway...
Might have used some big words from it.
Anyway, it's that time of the show where Jono and Rauya have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Rauya, your story is just amazing. It's just so cute. Tell us about the possum who surprised passengers.
Well, yes. Apparently in Australia, this little creature, the possum, it managed to make its way inside the airport terminal in Hobart, I think airport in Australia. And it made its way to a gift shop and it planted itself on a shelf next to so many other different stuffed animals and plushies. And it just sat there. I think it felt at home and completely in place, on that shelf. And the reason why they noticed it's because it looked so real. But thank God they managed to, take it out, guide it out of the airport terminal into safety outside.
Jono likes to rescue...
The picture, it's so cute.
It's so cute. Jono likes to rescue animals, and I was just wondering, would you have rescued that possum if you had the opportunity?
No, I wouldn't, because I think they're well-known carriers of tuberculosis, apparently, and they also fleas, ticks, and mites. I don't think they carry rabies, but I think they don't carry rabies, but anything else there. But it does look like a cuddly toy, but vicious though, and they can rip your arm off. So I might just steer clear.
Gosh, that was a buzzkill. If we're talking about buzzkills.
And Jono has a habit of rescuing unusual animals as well, not just dogs, the regular cats and dogs and maybe birds and stuff.
Okay, yeah, it's very cute. Jono, I wasn't expecting that reply. Okay, no possum for Jono. But let's talk about your story, Jono, because it's a little bit different. It's about a bunch of Kit Kats, which are chocolate bars. I'm sure the world knows that. And they've been stolen.
Well, it's that time of the year, isn't it? Chocolate always goes missing. This time last year, we had, you remember the Cadbury's cream eggs were stolen? I mean, normally this time of the year with Easter around the corner, it's parents that are taking the eggs away from the kids. But this one, a bit more drama with this. 12 tons of Kit Kats have been stolen. You remember those from back in the day. 4 Fingers of Fun was what the tagline was. And they're not just any chocolate bar. They're the brand new Formula One range, limited edition Kit Kats. So, I mean, it does look like it's a funny story on the surface of it. You think, oh, my goodness, that's terrible. This is a recreation of that, by the way. Somebody's had a break, had a Kit Kat, but 12 tons of it, which is a lot of chocolate. But what this actually is kind of a more serious and sinister story because there's a rise of organised cargo theft in Europe right now. These are highly coordinated operations. They're targeting specific shipments with a resale value. Food products, especially branded ones, are increasingly part of that target. So, I mean, on the surface appears like a very light story, but it's a big reminder that supply chains are becoming more vulnerable and something as everyday and normal as chocolate, obviously transported en masse, but not heavily guarded. So I think going forward, we're going to have to get Transguard in there, Brinks Allied are going to have to get involved and transport chocolate from A to B, because what next? Coca noodles. I don't know what people are willing to steal, because 12 tons of chocolate is still worth a lot of money, and it's easier to get your hands on than even 1 bar of gold.
I don't know, Raul, yeah, would you buy stolen chocolate? Because I don't know how you feel about it. Because in my mind, I'm a bit like, steal chocolate, and then how do you sell it? Where do you go to sell it?
I doubt they're going to advertise that it is stolen chocolate. I mean, stolen, I would be worried about expiry date. You know, I would be worried about the conditions that this chocolate, maybe it's melted and sort of, you know, became hard again or whatever. No, I wouldn't. If I knew that it is stolen, definitely I wouldn't buy it.
Jono, but we think about chocolate. Why is it so lucrative? Because chocolate is really expensive, isn't it? We look at certain things like Dubai chocolate. It costs a lot of money. You know, we get Swiss chocolate, which costs a lot of money. But Kit Kat and Cadbury's, I would think that maybe people could have set their bar a little bit higher.
Well, look, I think it's the fact that, as I said, it's not really patrolled. You know, people aren't going around with, they don't have an armed guard on beside chocolate in the first place. So you can't really, there's not going to be a whole lot of pushback from that. And I mean, next to stealing something like saffron, which, you know, per kg would probably be worth a lot more, you have to try and target it down and figure out where the saffron's going to. That's a bit tricky. But chocolate has seen an increase in price recently. And of course, last year, that was in South America, they had somewhat of a chocolate famine which had taken place, which meant the price of Nutella went through the roof. So we do see peaks in the price of chocolate now and again, and there is a chocolate index as well, which we can base South American goods and trading for. So I can see that it may have some value in terms of street value for this, but I don't know if you're going to see people on the side of the street opening their jackets saying, do you want to buy a Kit Kat in the near future? I don't think we're going to get to that level of chocolate theft just yet, but it's still a concern.
Well, thank you so much for the stories. Missing possum and some stolen chocolate, all in time for Easter. So thank you so much for all of those good stories to end the evening on. And thanks to our guest, Al Arabiya senior presenter, Ralia Alami, and broadcaster Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today with the war in Iran now in its 5th week, President Trump says that a deal could soon be struck. In just a moment, we'll be assessing the progress of efforts to find a diplomatic solution and an end to the conflict. Well, Tehran denies there are any direct negotiations between Iran and the United States and calls Washington's demands excessive, unrealistic and illogical. Plus, we're going to be getting a look at the economic cost of this conflict, which began on the 28th of February and which has since spread and led to a sharp spike in oil prices. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments in the Iran war, which is now entering its 5th week. Well, there have been a number of strong statements from the US President Donald Trump in the last 24 hours. He says the US could, quote, take the oil in Iran. And he even suggested seizing the country's key fuel hub at Karg Island, which is just off Iran's coast. Well, his comments come as US officials say that troops are preparing for possible ground operations. Well, all the while, President Trump says that a peace deal could still be reached, and fairly quickly. Well, speaking aboard Air Force One, President Donald Trump also said that US operations have struck multiple targets inside Iran, and he now believes that regime change is possible. Well, he added that Iran has agreed to allow 20 oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump called that a sign of respect. Here's what he said.
So we've had very good negotiations today with Iran, getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. We'll see how it works out, but they're very good, moving along very nicely. They've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. Today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Well, let's take a closer look now at the military dimension. This as Iran and Israel continue to exchange strikes. Well, a fire has reportedly broken out an oil refinery in northern Israel. That followed on from a reported missile attack. Officials there say that debris from an intercepted missile hit an industrial building and a fuel tanker at the Bazan refinery, which is in Haifa in the north of Israel. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has confirmed the death of its naval commander, Ali Reza Tangsiri. Well, his death is the result of an Israeli airstrike last Thursday. Well, we can speak now to Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, who is a former NATO commander who joins us from Newport, Rhode Island in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. We've heard from the US president saying, quote, many long sought-after targets have been taken out and destroyed by our great military, he says. Are we seeing those US strikes having any obvious and immediate effect?
Well, I think there's obviously a plan, and the strategy, I think in military terms, is working really well. I think the political outcomes that are being established are still quite vague. But in military terms, I think almost, I would say, 5/6 of Iran's missile capability has been destroyed and won't be available for obviously attacking its neighbors or anybody else. The drone capability remains, and of course, Iran is being resupplied by Russia with more advanced drones. That remains a threat. But I think in terms of suppressing Iran's military capability, the military campaign has done incredibly well so far. As you're seeing, they've taken out also some of the heads of the IRGC. And I think they're trying to do is say to the armed forces in Iran right now, look, you can either be part of the solution or, frankly, we'll continue attacking you. It's significant that the heads of the Army, Navy and Air Force are still alive, and that the targets seem to be predominantly right now IRGC commanders and the political establishment. That suggests to me that what the Americans and the Israelis are trying to do is suggest to the armed forces that they need to turn at some stage. OK, well, we'll have to see whether that happens or not. Meanwhile, a lot of focus on whether or not ground forces are going to enter Iran. I mean, obviously, Iran's got, I don't know, maybe you've got a better number than me, but the numbers I'm seeing, somewhere in the region of 600,000 active duty personnel. And I'm wondering whether, with the sorts of numbers that we're reading about being deployed to the region and possibly entering Iran on the ground, what sort of a response would they be met with, and what sort of a chance would they stand of making a meaningful difference? Well, I think what we have to bear in mind in military terms is the relative power where the impact is being felt. So if, for example, the Americans chose to control the Straits of Hormuz, there's any number of places they could land and could also defend that area. They can either land on the islands, Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Tum. I wouldn't recommend that because you simply become targets with very little strategic impact. They could land on the northern side of the Straits of Hormuz and control the traffic themselves, because of the Musandam Peninsula in the south, being Omani, of course, and UAE to the south. That gives you quite a bit of control already. If they were to hold, for example, a piece of the Iranian mainland opposite there, it's very difficult to access that part. If you look at the geography, it's backed by mountains. There's one real sort of coastal road. It'd be very difficult to deploy 600,000 troops in any sort of order to oppose that. And of course, they would have the challenge of facing not only the might of the American Navy, but also the Air Force as well. And we saw in Iraq that ground troops unsupported by aviation or indeed heavy missile attack, I'm afraid, are not going to survive. So I think force ratios are quite important in terms of ground troops, but I think the amount of available fighting power that can be put into any particular part is really important. I think if the Americans accompany that sort of ground assault with the idea of liberating Iran from the current regime, I think that might pick up speed politically as well.
Since you mentioned Iraq there, I just wondered if you could give us some perspective on the sorts of numbers that we've seen deployed by the United States up until now, which I believe stands about 50,000 troops plus this additional 3,500 Marines who've just been deployed to the region. How does that compare to the sorts of numbers we saw in US military operations in, say, Iraq and Afghanistan?
Well, the initial assault on Iraq was a slightly different campaign to Afghanistan, of course, about 280,000 if you include the British troops as well. So that's the sort you need for a major ground assault. But I don't think we're thinking in those terms in Iran right now. I think we're thinking using probably amphibious, certainly the two amphibious groups that are heading for the region or are established there will be part of that. It'll be about holding bits of ground for a defined length of time. This is not going to be an invasion in the same way that there was in Iraq. Iran is far too large. There are far too many issues associated with what you do, obviously, once you're on the ground. So I think it will be what we call strategic raiding. I think you'll find that it'll be to suppress anything that can stop traffic going through the Straits of Hormuz, and the Americans will hold that for as long as they think they need to control traffic. And it's going to be quite interesting if you reverse this and it's not the Iranians that are controlling the Strait, but the Americans are, because of all the oil and gas that goes to Iran's partners, particularly China, of course, will have an interest in the Straits remaining open, in addition to all those of us who have our oil and gas from the region as well.
OK, you mentioned a moment ago some of the islands in the Strait of Hormuz, various islands, some well-known, some smaller, perhaps less well-known, like the island of Larak. And the news website Axios is suggesting that the US administration could be considering a landing on Larak. I don't know if you think that's an option. But what's running through my mind when I'm sort of thinking about landings on these islands is with all the mines that are reportedly out there in the Strait of Hormuz and the areas surrounding these islands. I mean, how does a landing happen?
Well, Tom, you don't have to go across the surface of the water. You can go by air if you want. If you look at what the Americans have got, they've got V-22 Ospreys, they've got heavy helicopters operating from land and also from their warships. You can put together quite formidable firepower and landing force from the air. It's something the Americans have had in their doctrine really since probably the 1990s. And it's a question of suppressing any sort of counterfire that you have in the region. I'm skeptical about holding islands unless they have a sort of strategic significance for maintaining the objectives of the campaign. It can't just be done for tokenism. That's the point. And I think any suggestion that islands are seized has to have a political outcome that is sustainable.
Anything specific you can tell us about the terrain in that sort of coastal area of Iran that perhaps ground forces would have to be particularly mindful of?
Well, as I hinted earlier, you've got a coastal plain that has one major road going through it. It's backed by mountains, and so it's very defensible once you get on the ground. And however many troops you push down that funnel, they're going to be subject to all sorts of attack from the sort of systems and platforms that the Americans have got. I don't want to anticipate what the Americans would do. I'm just telling you what I would be looking at if I was seeking to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. If you really want to control the Straits, you have to control both sides of it. It's as simple as that.
And I want to ask you, a sad, depressing, morbid question. Up until this point, 300 US service members have been injured, we gather. Do we tend to see, with ground invasions, a relatively higher number of casualties?
It's a good question. It depends whether you're in contact directly with your enemy. I think, as I said, I think the Americans would seek to keep opposing ground troops well away from them. They would seek to suppress them, obviously destroy any formations that were coming towards them. And so hopefully that would reduce the number of casualties that they might expect to take. But the thing is, Tom, when countries are involved in war, what determines the public appetite for it is not so much the level of casualties, but whether objectives are being achieved or not. When you get a situation where objectives aren't being achieved, the public tolerance for casualties is very low indeed. It goes up proportionately as people see that the war is being won or objectives are being achieved.
Okay. Another military dimension I wanted to run by you is, of course, Iran's nuclear infrastructure. And there is talk of this Iran's, near bomb-grade uranium that is hidden away somewhere, we believe possibly underground. And I'm wondering whether you believe that that could be recovered with ground troops, and if so, how would they go about recovering that?
That's a difficult question. Obviously, I think the Americans, the Israelis have to find out where the uranium is. That's the first thing. But you don't really have to secure it. You just have to bury it for long enough for the program not to be resuscitated. Some of the munitions that are being used right now are sealing the access points, all the machinery that provides ventilation and power. And frankly, some of it's just been buried under rubble. So there's more ways of dealing with this than actually going and seizing it. I think if it becomes live or it starts to go on the move and can't be destroyed on the move, then the Americans particularly will want to seize it. I think the worry is that there is another option, of course, is you can have a dirty bomb. And if a dirty bomb is produced, then that can be actually projected in almost any direction. So I think people will be on the lookout for radiation alerts, but also the plans of the regime. My own view is that the regime is pretty rational, even if it isn't reasonable. And if they take that step, they're inviting all sorts of retaliation, of course, by powers that have infinitely more power in that regard than they do.
OK, let's discuss for a moment the apparent absence of buy-in from European allies, from NATO allies in this US military, well, this Israeli and US joint military operation. President Trump seems to be suggesting, and he said this a couple of times, that the Strait of Hormuz isn't really his problem in the sense that the United States has got plenty of its own oil. Do you think NATO allies are falling short? Do you think they should step in?
It's interesting. President Trump is right in one respect. The war in Iran is separate to trying to keep an international strait open for commerce. And the fact of life is Iran is closing an international strait, just as the Houthis are trying to close and have tried to close in the past the Red Sea as an international shipping route. So he's actually logically quite right here. Of course, if you're taking traffic out through the southern part of the Straits of Hormuz, through UAE and Omani waters, they shouldn't be interfered with. It's as simple as that. They are not belligerents in the war, and Iran shouldn't be trying to engage them. I think the basic problem for the Europeans, part of NATO, is they don't have the capability to actually survive in this environment. They've neglected their defences for years. And again, President Trump and most of the American security establishment is right here. It's not just President Trump saying this. They've been saying it for about 10 years, is that Europe has not really invested in its defences and also can't take part very much in the sort of high-intensity operations that the US and Israel are able to do. And so part of the problem is not a lack of political will, it's a lack of military capability to actually project power into the region and do what is required. And Tom, if you look at all the Gulf states, they've invested very well in their defences. We've seen the great performance of the air defences against drones and missile attack. And of course, the Europeans saying, look, we've got to play catch up before we can play this game.
Okay, one ally that the United States perhaps has, and we don't sort of look at in the context of this conflict so much as Ukraine. And Ukraine has been signing deals with a number of GCC countries, offering their expertise in downing drones. I'm wondering, what do you think the Ukrainians bring to the table here?
Well, the Ukrainians bring to the table two aspects here. One is how you actually survive an attack by a sophisticated missile and drone opponent. That's the first thing. And secondly, they have their own advanced drones, which are not just the ones that fly through electromagnetic control, but also fiber optic cables as well. So essentially, we're looking at, in terms of warfare, the same war here. Because without the ground effect, which is static, of course, in Ukraine at the moment, we're seeing all sorts of missiles and drones being deployed in both directions. And of course, the experience they've had over the last 4 years now is absolutely invaluable to anybody who's seeking either to defend against that sort of threat or indeed project that sort of threat against an opponent.
OK, well, there are so many things I could ask you, but we're going to have to wrap up. I'd just like to ask you one final question, Dr. Parry. If the Pentagon wants to deliver a knockout blow to Iran, what does that look like?
It's regime change. I think what has to happen is that the Iranian armed forces, who are the only real entity that can take on the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, have to turn or be turned and incentivized to actually oppose the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, because it seems to me that the IRGC is very much in control, not just in terms of the amount of fighting power available within Iran, but also in terms of internal repression and control of about a third of the economy as well. And unless the armed forces are induced to actually turn against the IRGC and support a popular uprising, there is no way in which the regime is going to be vulnerable internally. And I don't think the Americans have the appetite for actually invading in the same way as we spoke about, Tom. They invaded Iraq in the past.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, former NATO commander. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, we're joined now by General the Lord Dannatt, former head of the British Army and former Chief of the General Staff. He joins us from Norfolk in the United Kingdom. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Lord Dannatt. The conflict doesn't appear to be concluding yet. I mean, talks are underway, we gather. But if anything, for the time being, the conflict seems to be widening. And if escalation does continue, I'd like to ask you what you think the next phase of this conflict looks like.
Well, thank you. You're asking very good questions. Of course, the difficulty is really knowing where truth lies on this. We've got various reports from those who can report from the area. We've also got what Donald Trump says, and he seems to be pretty upmarket and pretty bullish. He's even now claiming that there's been a degree of regime change in Iran. He's also saying that the Americans are well ahead of their schedule. So it's very difficult to know what is going on. I think what we can conclude is that the strikes over the last month have further degraded, maybe even removed, Iran's capability to create a nuclear weapon, certainly in the short to medium term. And I think undoubtedly will have degraded Iran's capability to manufacture more ballistic missiles. Although nothing that has been done so far has stopped Iran continuing to strike Israel, continuing to strike US bases in the wider Persian Gulf, or indeed striking other targets in the Gulf area. So the facts are Iran is not beaten. Iran is still capable of launching attacks, despite what Donald Trump says.
OK, so I detect from what you're saying an element of, well, I think a lot of people feel an element of confusion about the messaging and the communications that are coming out. What about the military strategy? Does that look any clearer to you?
Well, it doesn't look any clearer, but I think there are some combat indicators, as it were. that the United States are at least considering some form of ground operation. I think what most commentators are saying is that this will give the president some options. And we know that US Marines and airborne forces are converging on the area. But it's really a question of what they're going to do with them. I think we can rule out completely any form of full invasion of Iran. That would require hundreds of thousands of troops and just frankly is impractical. I suppose more likely would be a limited operation to secure the far side, as it were, of the Straits of Hormuz in order to be able to reopen those straits to get shipping passing through. Then, of course, there is the option that's being mooted that the United States might seize Karg Island. That would be, some would say, quite a clever thing to do. It would be putting their own foot, if you like, on the neck of Iran's oil producing capability or oil export capability, just in the same way that Iran has got its foot on the West's neck by closing the Straits of Hormuz. So you could say that if the US gains Karg Island, they could trade that back with the Iranians agreeing to open the Straits of Hormuz.
How difficult to take control of Karg Island, or indeed any of the other islands like Larak and some of the other islands that lie there in the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, could the US perhaps take all of them?
I think how difficult? I think I would say very difficult. What is probably less difficult is actually mounting an operation to seize one or other of those islands. Karg Island, right up there at the top end of the Gulf, might be more difficult than just talking about it. But of course, you've then got the issue of sustaining the force that you put there. One has to assume that this would not be bloodless. There'd be casualties, so the casualties would need to be evacuated. The force would need to be resupplied with logistical requirements. So these things are easy to talk about, possibly not too difficult to plan. But in reality, I think we're talking about quite a serious order of magnitude up the scale of difficulty.
Okay, so it sounds as though ground operations are imminent in some form or other, and you've already said that a full-scale invasion is highly unlikely. I want to ask you, though, because you mentioned casualties as well, whether we're likely to see casualty numbers rise with ground operations. Does that tend to happen?
I think it's almost inevitable. And of course, the United States domestic opinion and domestic public will be very averse to seeing a lot of American service people coming back in body bags. That is the harsh reality of mounting any kind of military operation. And one has to assume that whichever target the United States decides to go for, that the Iranians would contest that vigorously. Whether they would contest it with ground troops chin to chin, toe to toe, as it were, or whether they would contest it at arm's length with drones and missiles. But I think it would be foolish of any American military planner to think they could do this and get away with no casualties. There will be casualties, there will be fatalities, and the question is how many and to what extent the US population is willing to tolerate casualties. I mean, I think Donald Trump, if he's honest with himself, has to admit that he's bitten off something pretty big. I was about to say more than he can chew. I think there is case to say it's more than he can chew. And I think a lot of his domestic opinion is swinging against him. So he's got some difficult issues to face. And frankly, if I was a senior United States military advisor, I would be making the plans for a ground operation, but I'd be pointing out to the president what the difficulties are, the likelihood of casualties. And my bottom line advice is, Mr. President, I wouldn't do this.
So you're saying that you think, Lord Dannatt, that the US president has somehow underestimated the complexity of this operation and the preparedness, perhaps, of the Iranians as well, and that therefore finding an off-ramp, an oft-used expression in these moments, is the right way to go?
Yes. If I was advising Donald Trump now, I would advise him in his usual bombastic sense to declare victory and start to wind the war down. I think he's done as much as he possibly can do. Frankly, this has not been well thought through. Now, I've no doubt at all over the last few months, maybe years, the Israelis and the Americans will have been planning together how they were going to reduce Iran's influence in the region, to strike at Hamas, strike at Hezbollah, try and contain the Houthis as well, and reduce Iran's overall power. But I'm also pretty sure that the timing of the start of this operation was not timing that the Americans agreed to. It was something that the Israelis decided to do. I think their intelligence would have told them that Saturday a month ago that the former supreme leader and his close advisors were in one place at one time, and the Israelis chose to strike, and that has kicked off the whole war. And to an extent, the Americans have had to play catch up with the Israelis having taken the initiative, and it has proven to be a much more difficult nut to crack, perhaps unsurprisingly. And the longer this goes on, then the chances of regime change, in my mind, in Iran goes down. I think, whereas quite a lot of the population of Iran would quite like to see a different government, I think also the more moderate people in Iran might well be taking the view, well, frankly, we don't want outside intervention. We don't want these Americans calling the shots. And I think it's probably putting regime change back rather than bringing it forward.
Right, and since you're speaking to us from the United Kingdom, where the British Prime Minister sounded reluctant at the outset of this conflict to get involved, as did other European traditional allies. One thing Prime Minister Starmer said there was regime change cannot be achieved from the air, and he has stayed out of this conflict. Was he right to stay out?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is it would have been better if the United States had tried to build a coalition of the willing beforehand, so that other countries had the chance to decide whether they want to come in and support the United States. They didn't do that. It would also have been better, given that there's a US base, British-owned, in Diego Garcia, and there are 3 in the United Kingdom, that the United Kingdom had allowed the United States to use those bases from the outset. To my mind, there's really no point giving allies bases on your soil if when they need to use them, they can't. Now, Prime Minister Starmer has changed his mind. He is now allowing them to use those bases for so-called defensive purposes. It would have been better if he had allowed that right from the start.
OK. Just to wrap up this conversation, Lord Dannett, it seems as though we're in a fork in the road here. Either President Trump goes down the road of escalation or de-escalation. You've already said what you'd advise him to do if you were in a position to offer him advice. But what do you think is more likely? Which road do you think it's more likely President Trump will take at this stage?
I fear he will double down and want to escalate the war. What I would hope and what I would advise is that actually he decides to issue a statement saying he's achieved much of his objectives and he now wants to cool the situation down and not damage the world economy even more, and wishes to see the flow of oil and liquid natural gas flowing again for the benefit of the world economy. That would be the statesmanlike thing to do at this stage, recognizing that he has severely degraded Iran's military capability, and along with the Israelis, pretty much wiped out Hezbollah and Hamas, that the situation could be better now than it was in the past. But that's really where I would go to.
All right, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. General the Lord Dannett, former head of the British Army, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Not at all.
Well, we're joined now by Ambassador Barbara A. Leaf, who is a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. She joins us from Washington. Ambassador Leaf, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, you're quoted as having described the current state of diplomacy and negotiations between the U.S. and Iran as very confusing. Admittedly, you made those comments a couple of days ago, and I wanted to ask you whether you think things have become clearer or whether things look more confusing.
So, Tom, thanks very much for that question, for having me on today. So when I said that, I meant literally whether or not there were negotiations since both sides were saying completely opposite things. As to that specific narrow issue is less confusing. They're not negotiations as such, but rather Pakistan as a mediator is trying to set the table for eventual negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. What remains confused is where the president is heading strategically, as he amasses forces, as he explicitly threatens one sort of ground incursion after another and obliteration of Iranian infrastructure while giving a few days to Pakistan to set the table.
Okay, Ambassador. I think a lot of people do find the whole situation quite confusing because on the one hand, President Trump talks about seizing Iranian territory, sending in ground forces to seize, for example, Iran's Karg Island, which is a key oil export hub. On the other hand, the president says the talks with the Iranians are going really well. And I'm just wondering whether the president has a technique at work here. And if so, what's that technique called?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm stumped for words to describe it right now, Tom. But what I would also point out is that you had the Secretary of State asserting that the objectives, the strategic objectives of the war are crystal clear. To obliterate the Air Force, the Navy, the missiles and drones, the launchers, the production capabilities to generate those weapons. And then you have the president musing aloud about landing troops. So no, it is a very muddled picture.
A number of Iranian leaders have been killed during the course of these last 4 weeks or so. And President Trump said yesterday that the United States is dealing with a whole new group of people. And he says the leadership is now all of a sudden much more reasonable than it was. And therefore, he deduces that regime change has, in fact, already been achieved. Do you agree with that?
No. No, there has been an alteration in the tenor, the character of the leadership. It is now firmly an IRGC-led regime. That was something that was not the case 6 weeks ago, when you had the ultimate authority of the supreme leader and the sort of the constellation of forces around him, several different kinds of poles of power. But now this is really an IRGC security state. They are commanding the heights of power.
Okay, so there have been some changes in the nature of the leadership in Iran. I wonder whether you think they've become more hardline, and because some of the more experienced people have been killed, does that mean that their replacements are more unpredictable?
Absolutely, it is a harder line. It is also intensely motivated not only by ideology in some measure, but also by a determination to punish the U.S. and Israel for embarking on this war and to construct a deterrent for future resumption of war. And that's by demonstrating an ability to escalate horizontally, export the pain, first and foremost to the Gulf countries, and then more broadly by holding the Strait of Hormuz to the entire global economy.
Okay, let's talk about some of the possible outcomes from the diplomatic path that is being pursued, and as you point out, Pakistan playing a leading role in brokering the talks. During the course of the weekend, President Trump gave an interview to the Financial Times, and he said this: "To be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran, but some stupid people back in the US say, 'Why are you doing that?' But they're stupid people," he says. Do you envisage a scenario in which an agreement is reached in which the US does benefit from privileged access to Iranian oil?
No, absolutely not. I think we'll be very fortunate to see an end to this war with a set of negotiated arrangements that takes Iran's hands off the Strait of Hormuz without having to get into a bruising kind of landing of forces and a kinetic fight to take back control. But to have those arrangements and to have a set of internationally binding arrangements that would fence off the kind of threats that Iran has produced over decades to the region, to the U.S. and internationally. But no, I don't see a scenario where the U.S. benefits by taking or having a first among equals role in Iran's oil resources.
Okay, I mean, if a deal is reached, and that's still a big if at this stage, I mean, do you think there is a risk that, okay, in the short term, peace is achieved and the fighting stops, but in the longer term, a regrouped Iran that perhaps has learnt something from its experiences these last few months, then becomes a more dangerous adversary in the Middle East. So do you think, having started this war, President Trump needs to do more than just sign a peace deal to end the fighting?
Look, in any conflict, in any military campaign, the political leadership has to make the call as to whether enough has been done and as to whether the strategic objectives have been met. There are always more targets. The military can always produce more targets, but there becomes a tipping point where there may be risk or cost is greater than benefit. So that's the job of the political leadership to assess that. But also, the leadership will have to have already decided what those strategic objectives are. And they were not well formulated at the outset of this conflict. And better late than never. But I think it's still far from clear that the president has a well-defined end state.
Okay, I mean, the European allies of the United States sounded skeptical at the outset. You sound skeptical about some of the objectives. European diplomats were unanimous in saying that, you cannot achieve regime change from the air. Would you agree with them?
Well, it's not only European leaders who say that. You have decades of U.S. military commanders saying the same thing. So you can do a lot from the air, but you cannot construct regime change, or rather you can change regime, you can destroy regime, you cannot create via air power on the other side of that destruction the regime that you want. And that goes to the organic nature of the politics of society, the history, things that we can't touch from the air, can't really touch on the ground, that make up a nation's history and society. So I would go back to what Secretary Rubio said about these 4 tightly defined objectives. You could say we have, in large measure met those objectives. Again, there are always more targets. But if the administration of the president were satisfied with saying these now are what we want, regardless of what the makeup of the regime is, we've not achieved regime change. We've changed leaders, and the nature of the regime is actually much tougher to deal with. But now the question for the U.S. will be how to construct an arrangement that fences in this weakened, hobbled, but not destroyed, and more radicalized, more extreme regime.
Okay, I mean, do you think that America's NATO allies and its European allies have somehow let Washington down in its hour of need? Do you think they should step in and help at this stage?
Well, look, NATO as an organization was founded on the principle that it was territorially bound to Europe, to the U.S., Europe, Canada, but not to out of theater. And the one time that we went out of theater as NATO, it was in response to the attacks on the U.S. by Al-Qaeda. And with the support of NATO, with a consultation that is critical, there was a move to support the U.S. in Afghanistan for a limited war. NATO was not consulted ahead of February 28th. On the other hand, not just NATO, Europe, Asia, there's a global interest in ensuring that Iran cannot obstruct, control the Strait of Hormuz. So that's a different matter. And on the other side of this conflict, hopefully by a negotiated end to the conflict, yes, there will be a need for us to rely on Europeans and other powers that can help in the task to ensure that strait is secure.
Okay, and just lastly, since you're in the United States, a sort of a political question, really. I mean, the whole world economy has been dealt a massive blow by what's happened the last 4 weeks. It's being felt in the United States as well. Prices at the gas pumps up $1 a gallon already. I'm just wondering how damaging this has been, do you think, politically for President Trump, and whether you think it's going to affect his party's chances in November at the midterms?
Well, of course, Tom, as you know, there were many, many other factors that were shifting the politics, if you will, towards the Democrats, towards capture of one, if not both, chambers of Congress in the midterms. On the other hand, the president won arguably on the merits of the economic case. In other words, that he would be better for the economic well-being of Americans, that he would curtail foreign misadventures, especially to the Middle East. So these two things, the shock of rising gas prices, but also rising food prices that were staying stubbornly high and now are creeping up, are going to hurt. They're going to hurt the president. They're going to hurt the Republican Party, unquestionably. That's evident from polling, and that's evident from man on the street kind of interviews. The longer this war goes on, the more severe the inflationary shocks to the American pocketbook, as well as the globes.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador Barbara Leaf, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. Thank you for your time, madam. Now, on the economic front, the war is shaking up global markets. Well, Brent crude has topped at $116 a barrel as Iran accuses the U.S. of preparing a ground invasion. Well, experts warn that the world is facing its biggest energy crisis in decades. Well, let's get more on that. We can speak to Dr. Roch-Antoine Mahana, who is the CEO of the Academy of Business Management Conferences and a former World Bank advisor who joins us from Dubai in the UAE. Dr. Mahana, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're already seeing a spike in inflation, concerns of recession across much of the globe. I want to start by asking you, though, where you think we're seeing the worst of the economic impact so far.
Thank you for having me, Tom. In fact, as everybody knows right now, with that kind of dual supply shock in the oil prices and the supply chain bottlenecks, as we are seeing right now, is the driving external shock is the price of oil, which is every 10%, as research find, and throughout the history, every increase of 10% in the price of oil would lead about 40 basis points in increasing the pricing, the level of prices, which is inflation. And that also will reduce global economic growth, global growth rates by about 20 basis points. That said, it will not only affect the gas and the energy prices in the short term, which is obviously, it's a normal expected outcome. However, there will be a lot of the side sectors. Geographically, if we look at it, the world economy was projected to be in the 3.3%. Now it was reduced to 2.9% growth. If that prolonged conflict, it's actually prolonged, then we are looking at 2.1%. If we have this next quarter as well, the conflict will sustain as well. The Eurozone is actually down 3.5 to 2.8% just because of the energy cost prices spikes in that. We look at definitely China also. China has been actually negatively affected because of the weakness in their export competitiveness. If you look at the United States, although it was the least affected, however, still the projected growth will be between 1.5 to 2% per year, although it was the least affected. So it's a matter of duration, how long it sustains, the stagflationary pressure of having, not at ease to use the monetary policy in order to, move the economies from recession, yet you have the inflationary pressure. These two opposing forces would lead to stagflationary pressures, though not as similar as in the 1973 and 1975 external shocks. It's not that flagrant as those days. Nonetheless, duration matters. The longer the conflict is prolonged, the bigger the impact. However, the outcome is matters much more than the duration for this specific war, since that was actually one of the three wars globally. It was the most significant and with, I would say, global or the most geographic spillover, right. Whether from the Asia, Middle East, Europe as well, it goes up to the Far East as well.
Sure. And Dr. Mahoney, you mentioned outcomes there. I want to ask you what you mean by that. You say the outcome is more important than the duration. What sort of outcome scenarios are you seeing, and what, therefore, do they mean for the world economy?
It's quite interesting that we hear a lot right now about how the oil shocks is leading to all these stagflationary pressures. However, the other side of the flip coin is the outcome. So if the outcome is a patchy resolution, just a ceasefire and a patchy resolution, let's look regionally for the GCC countries, for instance, it will not be a good result because it will affect, there will be a geopolitical risk premium. And I would say premium because you have a lot of risk premiums across from the logistics, from the Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz through applying and enforcing fees, maybe like what's happening right now. If you look at the shipping companies, they're increased about $4,000 per container because bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. More than that, it's the tourism will be affected. We're expecting a reduction of $58 billion in tourism spending. We are also expecting a reduction of the 38 million visitors of tourists, mainly in the UAE, secondly in Qatar. So, and there will be that kind of uncomfort in the hidden threat that has been for years, plus the proxies of Iran, which is in the MENA region, the whole Middle East, from Hezbollah, in Iraq, in Yemen. So there will be a lot of regional instability that is factored in as risk premium. It will not be a good solution. The outcome will be on the contrary. It will be a dragging long-term liability and impact. However, if the outcome is drastic and sustainable, which is eradicating all the future threats of Iran and its proxies for the whole region, we are expecting a GCC bouncing back. Studies show about 8.5% catch-up effect. The MENA region per se, it's going to actually catch up. Lebanon, Yemen, Jordan, all these, the whole region, which is actually currently is about contributing about $3.5 trillion as MENA. GCC by itself about $3 trillion of the global economy. That, if it bounces back, the sustained and drastic solution, Iran by itself, it will benefit by $300 billion plus infrastructure. So the whole region will contribute about $1 to $2 trillion to the world economy if we reach a drastic and sustainable resolution. Otherwise, it will be hard. It will be considered a peace dividend policy. I would say it's a peace dividend that people are paying now, but they will get the benefit out of it should a sustainable and drastic solution to counter the future, sponsorship of the proxies and the instability that has been, instigated by Iran.
Okay, Dr. Mahoney. I mean, while you've been talking on the screen, we've been looking at a headline banner talking about the price of Brent crude, which is up very sharply on where it was a month ago. And in fact, the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, has been talking about the fact that $200 a barrel for Brent crude is not exaggerated by way of a scenario. I just wonder how far off you think we are from $200 a barrel, and by extension of that, what would that mean for the world economy?
Usually, the geopolitical risk premium is about, it's about plus $10 for each barrel. That's what we are right now incurring. The longer and the wider the war gets, it might reach if we reach, for instance, a full-blown strikes, and that might go up to $30 additional for each barrel. So from the price you see, the other remaining prices is for the shortage in the supply due to the supply bottlenecks. However, what has been said right now, research are expected in the mid of April to reach $125, which we are close to reach that. Definitely, the longer the conflict and the wider it gets, it might reach the 150 and up to the 200 barrel. That's not a surprise. However, those spikes are exogenous and short-term. Once the outcome is resolved, when everything is reached, although the supply chain might take a little time, so to prices to go back to its normal prices in the $70, maybe mid-60s, mid-70s pre-war, However, it might take some time, but the reduction might be quick if it all actually depends on the outcome and how it's going to end. And don't forget that now Iran actually is threatening with putting sanctions and fees and all these things and threatening with that will be factored in for shipping companies and all the supply chain throughout, the region. So I would not be surprised to see the 150 and the 200 as long as the war, as long as it's prolonged, and if we have a wider scale for if there are hits on the oil infrastructures and the gas infrastructure, as we've been hearing, if they don't comply with the 15-point resolution that President Trump has put, so Iran might actually, try to resist more, and if there will be strikes on the oil infrastructure, then you might see a quick spike that might reach the 150 and 200. Not a surprise with that.
Right. I mean, it's not just oil and energy, is it? There are, of course, the byproducts of oil, which are acutely affected by the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm talking about fertilizer in particular. And I'm wondering what you think that means for the agricultural business and what that could therefore mean for global food supplies, because the effects will be felt much later on down the line, won't they?
That's exactly right. And this is a very good point you're bringing up, because it's not about only the shipping cost and the extra on the shipping. It's not about only the aviation and the airfares that we are seeing due to the more than the 40,000 flights canceled. However, and the reduction in the air cargo capacity by 21%. However, a very important threat is on the food security, which is brought by the 1/3 of the fertilizers exports have been cut off, and that cut in the 1/3 of the export of the fertilizers is actually affecting countries like in Africa, part of Asia, and other countries. So food security is going to be affected by the price of fertilizers and farmers and along with that, not only agriculture but also the technology. If we look at the Qatar, for instance, and that their cut of prices, their stop of production in the LNG as well as the helium. Helium actually is from Qatar, constitute about 40% of the global supply. That will directly affect the semiconductor manufacturing the whole world, which is, semiconductor goes into all even in the AI and the whole. So helium is a very important component as well. So we're looking at from medicine, from fertilizers, from a lot of from textiles. All these are dependent on oil, not only the direct link that we see it from supply chain and flight and transportation, but definitely from the other complementary sectors as well.
Right. And at the beginning, Dr. Mahana, you mentioned how the United States is one of the least affected countries. And even there, we're seeing how the cost of petrol, or gasoline as they call it there, is up $1 a gallon. We've also seen certain US airlines cutting back on some of their services. And I'm just thinking to myself, of course, the United States, it could be argued, started this war with its strikes on Iran, and President Trump must be looking at the calendar, which has in November the midterm elections. And I'm wondering, how soon does he have to end this war if him and his party are to stand a chance of not being completely thrashed in the November midterms?
I think it can go either way. Definitely, if it actually, and that's what Iran is trying to do, is trying to drag the war, increase the cost, the economic cost, locally and regionally. Same thing like it's been the ingratitude that Iran has shown to its neighbors from the UAE, Saudi, and all the GCC countries by bombing them, while it was actually helping them and opening. For instance, UAE was the second largest trading partner for Iran after China. That actually shows that it can go either way. If that kind of Iran have a strategy of dragging the war and make it like draining of the cost, especially locally in the US, then the pressure is going to mount and it's going to increase locally. However, and this is actually going to affect definitely on the ballots and in the midterm elections. that will affect negatively. However, if the outcome has been reached by eradicating the threats that Iran has been, for decades carrying in the region, and not only in the region, it goes to the Venezuela previously, to the different countries, to the trafficking, to the money laundering. It has a global network that was financing all its proxies in the whole region. Plus, you know how it's going with the traditional, woes of the U.S., whether with China or whether with Russia. All these things, if Trump, reaches a drastic and sustainable solution to counter the Iranian control and hegemony in the Middle East over several states, as well as their proxies, he can actually benefit and bounce back and coming like a winner. So it can bounce back by saying, you know what, we eradicated all these ballistic missiles, the nuclear threat, everything. So it might go either way. So it's about time. The timing of that is very crucial. And most importantly, if the outcome is drastic enough to eradicate these future threats, and he will become maybe a peace leader, as becoming like turning Iran and the Iranian people, because if that reaches a happy ending, like we say, a drastic and sustainable one, the Iranian people will benefit big time by hundreds of billions of dollars and growth. So and that was, Tom, look at it. There were three main warnings in the beginning of the ending of the 2025. Everybody was expecting. We have the Russia-Ukraine war, the Russia invading Ukraine. We have the Middle East, and we have the China-Taiwan threat. These three threats, the most important and the most significant one that would have a global spillover was the Middle East one. And who's been heading the Middle East one? The main player was Iran. So he knew how to strategically win that. He was able to overthrow, at least to shift radically that regime. He can actually come up as a winner, and he can benefit from those votes. Otherwise, I think it's going to play negatively on the Republican Party in the mid-elections.
All right. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Dr. Roch-Antoine Mahana, the CEO of the Academy of Business Management Conferences and former World Bank advisor. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until tomorrow, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim. Joining me is Robert Greenway, Director of the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation and former Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States and Senior Director of the National Security Council's Middle Eastern and North African Affairs Directorate under the first Trump administration. Rob, thank you so much for joining us on America Unfiltered.
Well, it's good to see you. Great to be with you, Ellie. Thanks for having me. From my perspective, a couple of things are important. First is the two most important numbers, and a lot of them show up in the discussions about this particular campaign. The two that matter most to me are the Israeli and American combined effective intercept rate against Iranian missiles, the only tool that is providing any form of retaliatory capacity, although greatly diminished. And that number is about 92 to 94%. of Iranian missiles are actually getting intercepted by American or Israeli technology. The second is 100%. 100% of U.S. and Israeli strikes are effectively being executed on a minute-by-minute, hourly, daily basis against the Islamic Republic, destroying its capacity to wage war against its neighbors and threaten U.S. interests, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. This is critically important because it essentially implies that this conflict was over the minute it was started. Iran doesn't have the capacity to stop it. They cannot do anything to defend against it. And in fact, it is just now a matter of destroying the capacity they have to produce a nuclear program, a nuclear weapon, the missiles responsible for potentially deploying it that can already range Europe and Israel and much of our infrastructure in the Middle East, and certainly disrupt global oil and trade markets, which are our vital interests, and which now their capacity to do so is being eliminated as we speak. So from where I sit, the president has undertaken a historic effort to eliminate an enduring threat for the last 47 years to U.S. interests. And they have liberally used their capacity to threaten us and to kill Americans and threaten Israel, our partners and allies, and the global economy. And President Trump's decisive leadership is preventing them from doing so in the future. And I think that's going to be wrapped up relatively soon.
Well, and those numbers that you shared, Rob, are astounding to think about the success of Epic Fury on the U.S. and Israeli side. You mentioned our allies in the region and what's taking place right now. As you and I speak, there are negotiations, it seems, between the United States and Israel. What's your assessment of chances of success for those negotiations? And if they fail, what do you think Plan B is?
Yeah, it's a great point. Look, I think you and I both know the president's mind is always to pursue a diplomatic option if it's available. He's managed to stop 8 conflicts so far using chiefly diplomacy and economic pressure deftly in order to exert leverage over warring parties. And he's been very successful at doing it. And I think that's his preference. But I also recognize that at this point, it was never the Islamic Republic's preference to do so. And I'm not sure now that they're coherent enough to be able to formulate a position and reflect it back to the United States. In other words, I don't know that anyone is left in charge or in a position to acquiesce to demands. I also know that the president isn't committed to it. And so if they fail to accept the terms that are being provided, and they have no right or basis to be able to resist those terms, they should simply say yes and move on. The president will destroy the remaining capacity, and the government, such as it is in the Islamic Republic, will be incapable of exercising control over its own population. And hopefully that'll provide them the space to overthrow this ridiculous regime that's threatened the United States, Israel, the region, the world, and certainly its own people. And I hope that happens, and I suspect that it will.
Well, that's a hope that you and I both share. But before we get to that hopeful outcome, we've seen reporting that the United States 82nd Airborne Division is on its way to the region. They're described as a top conventional combat team, quote, equipped for full spectrum operations, including possibly taking over Harg Island or other territory. Can you tell us what's your estimate of the potential uses of that division?
Well, first, I think it's important to recognize that this is additional capacity, beyond the scope of 2 carrier strike groups that the United States has currently deployed in the region, and a tremendous amount of air assets, both forward deployed and those that are taking part in the operation from the continental United States and other bases around the world. But it's also not the entirety of the 82nd Airborne Division. It's a command and control element from its headquarters, and I think little less than a brigade combat team. So only a portion of an entire U.S. division. I think there are multiple purposes that this particular capability can bring. First, it can expand our defensive capacity around our infrastructure. Second, it can provide the ability to conduct offensive operations in the region where necessary, certainly against Iran. And also, of course, it can be used as part of the leverage that the president is building in the negotiating process to demonstrate U.S. resolve. What I don't think it is an indication that the United States has an intention to have some sort of presence inside of Iran. And I don't see the case, frankly, for it being used against Harg Island in particular, because we have a way to prevent it from functioning as an economic target more viably without having the necessity of putting U.S. troops on the ground. Second, it's a great distance from the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's ability to restrict traffic through it, which is being rapidly diminished. There are, however, a number of other potential uses, including the islands and the military capacity in and around the straits, but also the question has been raised about other sensitive sites inside of Iran, which may require a level of action that cannot be performed by aircraft alone.
And so that was actually my next question. What do you think it's going to take to get that international flow of traffic again flowing through the Strait of Hormuz?
I think right now Iran does not have the literal capacity to block the strait. That has been denied them, and I think that's important. Number two, I think they have limited capacity to selectively interdict ships that are transiting through it, and I think that capacity is rapidly being diminished. And so I think in very short order, in my mind, a few weeks, the United States will be able to demonstrate that Iran can no longer threaten navigation and the straits will be reopened again. And I think that'll restore traffic. Again, I think that's going to happen relatively soon. I can't put a timeline on it because I don't have all of the facts, but I would say 1 to 2 weeks, in my estimation, would be sufficient to be able to reduce the threat completely. There's very little left right now, to be honest with you, but ships only require a threat to be able to impact war insurance and their ability to recover damages if incurred. So that's been sufficient to stop traffic for the moment.
And so the other outstanding matter seems to be those 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to weapons grade level that the Iranians have apparently perhaps whisked away to a secret location or not. Perhaps location is known. What do you think it's going to take for us to be able to access that uranium?
Yeah, that's of course a very important question. And I'd say first and foremost, this alleged capacity that they have of having weapons-grade enriched uranium, coupled with their ability to launch missiles toward but not impacting our bases in Diego Garcia, reflect the fact that they've lied all along about their intentions. They've lied all along about their capabilities, and many have been covering for them and denying that they have this capability, and now they're claiming that they do. So I think that's number one. It's important to recognize that they can't have any capacity because they cannot be trusted. Second, I think that if in fact they do have a quantity of enriched uranium, and mindful that the atomic bombs that we employed against the Japanese in the Second World War, the bulk of which were only enriched to 80% capacity. And so you don't have to get to the high 90s or mid 90s as many would intimate. That's ideal, but it's not necessary for the purposes of a testable weapon. If that's in fact the case, part of the negotiations, no doubt, are for Iran to turn that material over. The president has said as much. And if the Iranians don't comply, the question is what then can be done in order to return this to a point in which they no longer have control. And that, again, may be why additional U.S. capabilities are being introduced into the region.
Okay, so one scenario is that we use some sort of special ops to access the uranium. Rob, you were one of the principal architects of the Abraham Accords in the first Trump administration. I personally had the honor of working under your leadership, and there's no one who knows our Gulf Arab allies better than you. Were you surprised to see the Iranians seemingly targeting those countries at higher rates than even Israel?
Well, I think it has. And it's important to say, too, that the person that deserves the most credit for the Abraham Accords and the historic achievement is President Trump. And second, those responsible for the execution, like Jared Kushner in particular, I think, and then those of us, yourself included, of course, that helped make that happen. And it was a privilege to do it. I think it has surprised me to a certain extent that the Emirates in particular have received such a shocking and disproportionate amount of attention. Anyone that has a U.S. base, as they do, and has a close relationship, has been a signatory to the Abraham Accords, you would expect to get Iranian attention, even though they did not conduct a belligerent act during the conduct of this conflict. But they've received more missiles than Israel and all other Gulf states combined. And that is a significantly disproportionate amount. And you take, for example, Bahrain finds itself as host to our Fifth Fleet, also signatory to the Abraham Accords, but did not. And they're no less a threat to Iran at the end of the day. So it's an interesting juxtaposition. So I do think it is a surprise in the scope and scale they receive. What is also less surprising, perhaps, is that the U.S. equipment provided has been incredibly successful, employed by the Emiratis, who deserve a tremendous amount of credit for being stalwart and for also being incredibly effective at employing these assets to protect their airspace and defend their citizens. And they should be lauded for it. But it is a remarkable admission on the part of the Islamic Republic that they're willing to target innocent civilians while the United States and Israel are targeting military infrastructure.
And Rob, given how much the Iranians have targeted their Arab neighbors, as you just outlined, what's your sense of how these countries would like to see as the end result of Operation Epic Fury?
Well, I think there's a strong convergence between the U.S., Israel, and our partners and allies to ensure that Iran no longer has the capability and capacity to develop a nuclear weapon because they would employ it. Second, that they don't have the ability to threaten the United States, Israel, and the region and global trade and energy markets with missiles and drones, and that program has to be dismantled. The third, I think, is their support for terrorist surrogates and proxies, who have been, with the exception of Hezbollah, remarkably silent, recognizing the fact that their patron is being annihilated. And I think that they're wise to do so, and I only hope that they continue to exercise some restraint, and they'll be dealt with in due course. And I think in the end, those are the principal objectives. The worst thing that could happen now is that we stop short, having gotten so historically close to the end, of being able to detooth and defang this horrific theocratic government in Iran that has threatened its own people and the rest of the region for far too long. And we're nearly there.
Rob, do you have any expectations that the GCC countries might actually join the kinetic fight against Iran?
So, you know, it's a great question. And I think at this point, one, they've been satisfied seeing the results the U.S. and Israel are getting. So they're happy with the progress of the campaign. They're content with the fact that the U.S. is doing it. But at the same time, I think defensive exercises and demonstrations necessary, but perhaps insufficient. And I would not be surprised if the Emirates in particular, but also the Saudis and Bahrain, decide to participate in response to the barrage of missiles and drones that they've received against civilian and commercial infrastructure alone. So I would not be surprised. But again, I think they're content with the progress of the campaign to date. They recognize more than anyone else just how close we are to finishing off an incredible adversary and really restoring the region to a much more prosperous future.
Well, and that was exactly what I was going to suggest next, that we're seeing a new map of the Middle East being drawn. So what's your forecast for the region?
Look, if the president is successful, which I think he is, almost certainly will be, and has demonstrated in remarkable resolve and foresight to do, I think you're going to see a couple things. You're going to see the United States have diminished presence in the region because the threat will be diminished. Our partners and allies will be more than capable of dealing with it, and that includes Israel. And I think you'll see an expansion of the Abraham Accords in the economic front and a liberation of the region's true potential. And I think at the same time, you'll see a new enduring regional security architecture, including Israel and our partners in the Gulf, and more broadly in the region, that'll be left to address the threats. And the United States will be able to focus its time and attention elsewhere and not have to surge back in as I and so many other Americans have had to do over time. It's not to say that we won't be required in the region, because I think we are. And I think it's our interest to do so. And obviously the circumstances now prove that. But I would say that we would no longer be required if Iran no longer is the threat that it is today. That is an incredible future. That is an enormous potential. And I think that's worth the price that is being paid by our tremendous servicemen and women in both the United States and Israel.
Yeah, it is just an incredible vision to imagine what could come next in terms of the peace and prosperity for the region. I believe, Rob, you were instrumental in the move of Israel from U.S. European Command, and I think this has been publicly reported, to CENTCOM. How has that move played a role in the fighting we're seeing today?
Yeah, it took two runs to get the president to approve the Unified Command Plan, but happened in the fall of 2020, actually in the spring of 2020, President Trump signed that instruction and it executed about a year and a half later. And that had, I think, long been recognized as necessary. The reason ostensibly it remained within U.S. European Command was because partners in no longer true. It hadn't been for a long time. And second, the necessity of having integrated air defense and integrated operational response activities really required it. So there was really minimal opposition by the time the president made the decision, but it was incredibly formative because just months later, they would have to deal with a barrage of Iranian missiles and drones in response to the ill-guided appeasement campaign of the Biden administration. And now we're seeing them on offense, effectively employing as well as defending. And I think this was the ultimate vision, and the president gets all the credit for making it happen. We're just living for the benefits of that decision now.
Well, and it seems like it was a historic decision by the United States. I believe what we're seeing right now, the two armies, Israel and the United States, fighting side by side together in such close and successful coordination, that we haven't seen this since World War II. Would you agree with that statement about that alliance and the success of the two militaries fighting together?
I think that is true, and I think also it demonstrates the foresight, the vision, and the integrated capabilities. Right, that has happened, very, very deliberately. It has happened over time. It's a decision by both countries. One, on Israel to adopt U.S. weapon systems as the best in the world. Clearly, they are. Second, the United States to provide it to Israel at an unprecedented level as one of our preeminent strategic allies. And when you look at the constellation of U.S. partners and allies, and there are many, we're fortunate for that, a few stand apart as Israel does in terms of their capability, but most importantly, their willingness to use it to defend their and our interests. And I think we're seeing the return on that investment, which is absolutely historic. We've sold and provided weapons to a lot of countries, but you can't point to many that are using it in the way that Israel is and to support the United States and our shared objectives. And this is foundational. And it's incredibly important, and it's really rewarding to see.
The Heritage Foundation, which you run the Allison Center of, recently did some work suggesting to Israel that they might be looking towards more independence in their military needs from the United States. And Heritage received some controversy at that time. What's your assessment of that now as you look back?
Yeah, we did. About a year ago, we reevaluated coming into the 75th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel and our United States relationship with it. We looked at, what is the future trajectory, particularly in security, but we look more broadly in all domains, economic, trade, et cetera. And our goal in that, clearly explicitly stated, is how do we get to better? How do we get to an even closer, more productive economic and security relationship with one another? And our judgment was, in the future, well over 10 years from now, we project a time in which Israel would no longer require the same degree of foreign military financing and the provision of equipment that it does now, which has been all too often by hostile administrations in the United States, including the Biden administration and the Obama administration, restricting their access to key munitions and supplies when they didn't agree with the use of force or Israel's self-defense, as we saw after the horrific attacks of October 7. And I think our intent there was to chart a course in which we would work together to make Israel more prosperous so that it no longer required foreign military financing at all, but will be able to purchase freely and increase co-production and co-development in the United States of weapon systems and platforms. So it would no longer be required to do so. We never envisioned a world in which that would not happen at all. And again, we envision this happening more than 10 years in the future, a goal to work towards. Not unlike President or Prime Minister Netanyahu's earlier comments about the removal of economic aid and assistance, which at the time he was widely criticized for, and now, of course, has proven to be completely prescient. And certainly Israel's economy demonstrates it no longer needs that. They're better off and we're better off. And we're really aligning ourselves with that in the security space.
So do you imagine, Rob, that after Operation Epic Fury, when we're seeing Israel and the U.S. fighting again so closely, hand in hand, wing to wing, what do you think comes next for that relationship, specifically that military component?
Yeah, it's a great question. One, I think we can be satisfied with what has happened up to this point. The question is, how do we get to better? And again, I think the vision in my mind is to get to a point where you have greater autonomy, and Israel stands in a completely independent fashion and can protect its interests and should be able to protect its interests without a tether back to the United States. I also see it as more beneficial for the United States to be able to sell and co-produce and co-develop weapons with our Israeli partners than to provide them outright. And I think that goal is worthy of attainment. But more importantly, I see Israel as the foundation of the United States' interests in the region from a security and economic perspective. And I think it's also the bedrock of our trade and our security cooperation with our partners and allies, a new regional enduring security architecture and a new constellation for trade. And Israel as the core component of that and the significant partner, the most strategic partner the United States has in the region.
Yeah, and certainly I think Epic Fury has proven that to be true. Rob, I'd like to expand the conversation a little bit to talk about China. How do you think Epic Fury is impacting China right now?
Yeah, it is really the most important question, and I think it's neglected in this. And I would say it's not just Beijing, but also Moscow. And so if you back out and look at what the president's been able to do in Venezuela and now in Iran, yes, he's demonstrating the will of the United States to project power, to protect its interests. Critically important and absolutely essential. They knew we were capable of doing it. They always questioned American will. They were calling this president's administration isolationist. I don't know who could argue that now. Second, we did it successfully in both cases. We're achieving things that no one else, no other military certainly is capable of doing. And most importantly, you don't see China or Russia coming to the aid of either the Venezuelan partners that they theoretically had, nor to Iran's aid. And that, I think, is not lost on the rest of the world. Second, and perhaps more importantly, is the president is setting conditions to do two things: to be able to exert greater control over global energy markets and preserve it, because the economy of our and the rest of the world is based on it. But second, it controls and throttles import revenue, or rather export revenue, that the Russians rely upon as a principal oil exporter and gas exporter. And the president's done that successfully up to this point, radically cutting Russian GDP growth and defense spending just as a result of managing prices. Second, China is a complete dependent upon imports of Middle Eastern and other oil and gas. And the president now is exerting control of partners and allies over that. And that signals Beijing that they may not have the critical resources they require to be able to threaten the United States or Taiwan or our interests without the oil they require and their economy is dependent upon. So this is a strategic move of absolute critical importance that has only part to do with Iran, part with Venezuela. But the president's strategic vision, I think, is much clearer than that and far more important, I think, than people give him credit.
And you mentioned Russia. So where is the Russia piece of this?
Yeah, so Russia's dependent upon export revenue of oil and gas. And if oil and gas doesn't include Iran and Venezuela operating independent of the United States and our partners and allies, that means then that as a massive oil, one of the world's largest energy producers and now a net exporter, the United States is in a position to drive prices to where we want them to go, favorable to us and not favorable to Vladimir Putin. And certainly not inside the control and influence of Beijing and President Xi. This means that the president now holds all the strategic cards, and this is of vital importance. And it's good for the United States. It's really good for the rest of the world.
So in your vantage point, when you look at the map of the world and the presidency of Donald Trump in this second administration, do you think there is a Trump doctrine, and how would you describe it?
You know, I do, and it's probably a consequence of my perspective based on where I worked in the first Trump administration. It became clear two things. First is he gives a great deal more thought to the strategic issues, I think, than many give him credit for, including some of those closest to him, perhaps. Second, I think that you learn to sort of listen to what he says and watch what he does and correlate the two of them. And I think what I saw then and what I see now is a very clear effort to exercise control and expand America's economic prosperity and growth, and also at the same time to exert and exercise our resources to project our power and to preserve our interests abroad. And again, at the cost of our adversaries. So the president has always been reluctant to use force, but when he does, it's decisive, it's successful, it's defending our interests, and it's done with our partners and allies. And he's always taken account of preserving the source of U.S. strength, and that's our economy. And those two things are threaded throughout all his decisions. None more evident, I think, on the actions that he's taken in Venezuela and Iran and increasing U.S. energy production. That has put us in incredibly strong footing. It's why I think you'll see extraordinary economic growth as soon as the conflict ends in the next couple of weeks. And I also think you're going to see tremendous leverage now applied against both Moscow and in Beijing to U.S. advantage. And again, good for the U.S., really good for the rest of the world.
Robert Greenway, as a fellow American, I want to wrap up by, first of all, thanking you for all of your service to our country. As I mentioned, you're decorated, multiple decorations for all that you've done. Is there any other thoughts you might have for our Al Arabiya English audience?
Only this, that for those that were concerned about the U.S. presence in the region and about the degree to which they could rely upon the U.S., depend upon the U.S. as a partner and ally, again, the U.S. right now is working with our partners in the Arab world in particular and with our Israeli partners to reduce the greatest threat to regional peace and stability that we've seen in generations in the Islamic Republic, and doing so successfully and providing both defensive and offensive support to our partners. So we are there with you. We are addressing the threats that face all of us each day. Second, there is no other power on earth that is capable of doing it, and there is no power on this earth that is capable of stopping us from doing it. And so those that think that China or Russia are going to exert greater influence and replace the United States, I think are demonstrably false. And I think that's being demonstrated now. And so have no doubt that the United States stands with our partners in the region and will make you more capable. But also, again, we have great respect for our partners, and we have the tremendous support of our partners, and neither of which are lost on the Trump administration.
Wow. Well, that is a very powerful message. We are there with you. Robert Greenway, thank you so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Always great to see you.
Thank you. And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Salsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents, and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname was also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Another people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zung, like Sui Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also participate the same role. Before, the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Kasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, so they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter. Because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter didn't have a good relationship with the parents. So the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving living plant roots into bridges is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of these technologies also, na? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they has their own culture. It stays forever.
Here, poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ, और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है। महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है।
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men try to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks, and I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they're like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it? Yes. How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years, it's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
संपर पाल गुलाबी गैंग की संपर पाल ही तो हमारी मदद किया मैंने रिपोर्ट कराया.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
आ जाती हैं दीदी आ जाती हैं संपत पाल ने आ जाती हैं.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5-mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the, we can say, policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.